Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on? Get your greasy little face next to the radio and let's have some fun. You want to have fun? Are you saying you want to have fun, or do you really want to have fun? Well, I don't know. Hey, my name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Rob Anthony.
What do you say, turkey? I'm bringing turkey back, baby.
Turkey's good.
Turkey's coming back.
Turkey.
I've decided.
Live this week, our final live week of 2024 here on WMMS, the crown jewel in the iHeartMedia broadcast empire. Live from Cleveland, Ohio, recently ranked, based on a press release I received moments ago, the 22nd best aerial view in the United States. I don't envy these people who have to make these arcane and mundane press releases. Somebody ranked the aerial views. This just goes to show where people are coming from. I don't know who these people that were in this study. The best aerial views of major American cities. Cleveland comes in at number 22 out of 40. We're in the bottom half there. This must have been before they finished the new Sherwin-Williams headquarters, because that clearly would have put us in the top 5. Indianapolis showed up at number 1. So I don't know what the hell their criteria were for this, but okay. Indianapolis, if you've ever been to Indianapolis, it is the cultural equivalent of sand in the Vaseline. So I don't know as far as aerial views go. I don't know who did, but Cleveland's in there. Number 22 in these United States. If you'd like to join us today, please do. Telephonically, you can call us 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can send me a text. That number is 35192. You can watch live if you're a masochist. The Alan Cox Show YouTube channel has the live video stream there. There's a chat involved in that as well, right, Rob?
There sure is.
There's like a little community of people in there who probably communicate exclusively there in the Alan Cox Show chat room.
I would say some of them probably do, yes.
And that's very exciting. I'll see the texts. Rob sees the live chat there on the video screen. So it would be sweet, I guess, here and there. Be nice to each other. Rob and I are coming off a big Sunday out there at the Wild Eagle. We did the final Cox Out pregame. Browns, of course, just got bent over. But I always like to think of the games as secondary to what we're doing because, we're out there to have a good time. We sent somebody to Las Vegas, or sending somebody to Las Vegas. Somebody who is the grand prize winner in that whole thing. And then they will compete against all these other people, one of whom will go to the Super Bowl in New Orleans. When is the Super Bowl? February?
Yeah, I don't know what it is this year, but usually that first week of February.
Okay. And it'll be the Kansas City Chiefs and who? The Kansas City Chiefs got their division with that. Did you see the field goal that bounced off the upright?
Yeah.
And went in? Boy, that's lucky them.
Well, the only thing I know is who it's not going to be.
Not going to be the Cleveland Browns.
Not going to be the Cleveland Browns.
Not going to be the Chicago Bears. The Kansas City Chiefs and probably somebody else.
The New England Patriots, proudly represented on my hat today, also will not be in the Super Bowl.
You've got the old school Pats. Oh, is that what the skeleton? Is that what? Yeah, the face.
It's the old Pat Patriot.
Mm-hmm. Now, is it that he's called Pat obviously because it's short for Patriot, or is his name Patrick Patriot?
You know,
the
never dove in that deep on it. I'm going with the fact that it's short for Patriot.
You took it at face value.
Pat Patriot.
Pat Patriot, yeah. I drove to, my daughter had a show at Michigan State University on Saturday night, and so I drove there on Saturday, and I was in the very, very back row. I'd forgotten that normally my ex-wife is there with her boyfriend, and I'm there, and our daughter's performing in the chorus. It was their big Christmas show, and that whole thing, and I had forgotten that my ex-wife had told me that she would not be there. She was out of town. And so it was just me. And there have been past shows I've described where I've purchased a single ticket and they put me in the very front row. And that can be a real neck grabber there in the front row. Well, this time it was the exact opposite. I was in the third row from the back. I was in row V. And I don't know if you know anything about like big concert venues like that, big auditorium halls where a lot of these people are, alumni and what constitutes season ticket holders. I was back there with all of the olds in these last three rows. So the guy behind me is constantly moving and banging his walker into the back of my seat. Oof. Which again, okay, it's fine. Listen, I dropped the median age of these past four rows, or the last four rows better, by about 35 years. Everybody there was very old, and there was a lot of, I'm sure there was some snoring towards the end there. In direct contrast to when I'm right there up front, this time I was all the way in there in the back. The woman in front of me was knitting. She had her needles out. Maybe she didn't like Christmas music. I don't know. And there were a lot of sing-alongs at the end, and I don't take part in the sing-alongs. This old guy next to me handed me the sheet with the lyrics on it as though I didn't know how Frosty the Snowman goes. But because before that, the bulk of it, this is like a 90-minute thing, and all but the last 15 minutes, were classical pieces for the holiday season performed by the orchestra, and my daughter's in the chorus there. But the last 15 minutes, they wanted the audience to get all rah-rah, and so they're doing all of these holiday classics, and I don't cotton to that. I'm not part of your performance. I'm here to see my daughter perform. I'm paying for this school. I paid $25 a ticket. I paid $10 to park. I'm not performing here in row V.
Do you lip sync or are you just sitting there pouting?
I don't do anything. I don't pout.
You're pouting.
I don't pout.
You sing along,
I'm not pouting. I'm sitting there stone-faced. I'm not angry.
Even worse.
I'm not angry.
I don't like Christmas.
Well, and they had a series of conductors, and the one who was up there for this last one has been there for a while. Everybody who's gone to more than one or two of these performances knows who he is. He's from Spain. He has a very thick Spanish accent, but he's very funny, and he's engaging, and he's very good at what he does. And anyway, so he prefaces the audience participation part by saying, there are different kinds of people. There are the people who sing loudly and clearly. He goes, and then there are other people who do this. And he mimes the moving of the lips, but the no singing. And he's like, don't be one of those people. And then he goes, and then there are other people who do this. And he's stone-faced. And he goes, don't be one of those people. Have fun and blah, blah, blah. I'm all for people having fun. I don't think that's fun. I didn't come here to sing Frosty the Snowman. It's very hot. It's a sold-out auditorium. I'm back here with a bunch of old people, and I'm fine. I'm enjoying the performance thus far. But again, the guy next to me, very nice. I'm sure he thought maybe I didn't have my lyric sheet. But I'm like, sir, I know the words to Frosty the Snowman, all right? I'm not taking part in this. I don't do that. You would have been there with a full-throated sing-along for We Wish You a Merry Christmas.
Oh, no.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
No, I wouldn't do it. I would lip sync it, though. I would pretend.
You would?
Yeah,
but who is that for? Nobody's looking at me.
Well,
who cares if
they
are?
do.
But who cares?
I always do that in church, too. Like if I'm ever in church, I always, I'll pretend I'm saying something.
Yeah, I definitely don't have to worry about that.
Singing. I don't do it.
Yeah. No, lip syncing is for the benefit of other people. And
Right?
nobody's paying attention to me.
I'm always afraid, though.
Afraid of what?
I don't know. Somebody sees me not doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Well...
Hey, that guy isn't singing. Get ratted out to the conductor.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. Again, I'm in row V. What are they going to do?
The old folks are all singing, looking at you.
They
Why isn't this guy happy?
No, I think that they were all, I can't imagine anybody was looking at me. And if they were, maybe the guy right next to me, because he handed me the lyric sheet as though because he saw I wasn't participating, and I put my hand up.
Jesus.
And I said, thank you, no thank you. You know, I was cordial about it. I didn't put my hand up like I was going to slap him across the face. Yeah.
Homie.
Showed him the back of my hand, and I pulled back.
I am not partaking in this nonsense.
Watch it, Gramps. Yeah, but again, I'm not being crotchety about it. Everybody's having a great time. It sounds awesome, but I'm not there for that. I am not there to sing Frosty the Snowman.
Was that the only sing-along song?
No, there were 4 or 5 of them.
Oh,
no.
boy.
All of the standards, they did Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah, and they did, that was kind of the entree into it. That's not so bad, but I didn't realize it was going to be along the lines of the Rankin Bass soundtrack. I didn't know it was going to be Frosty the Snowman, and we were sharing. That's fine. Okay. But I was not going to partake in that, and I didn't. And I can't be Captain Fun all the time, Rob.
Well, I hope you would have chimed in if they did Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree. You could have sang the pie part and then just been done.
I would have belted it
top
at
of
the
your
top
lungs.
of my lungs. I'm going to do the Brenda Lee version, guys. The one y'all know and love.
Some, pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin. It sounds like pumpkin. Yeah. So then that thing ends, and I talked to my daughter a little bit, but she's got to go home because she's got this big project due. And so it's my son's birthday yesterday. So I meet him Saturday night, and his girlfriend and he are out, and we have a couple of drinks. So I get home at like 3:30 in the morning yesterday, and then we got the Cox out yesterday. So I was hurting by yesterday afternoon. Maybe I would have felt better in retrospect had I sung Frosty the Snowman. I don't know.
Better mood.
But I didn't. No, I was in a fine mood.
No, I mean, you would have been driving, thinking about it, singing along.
Oh, humming?
Happy, just singing it the whole way home.
Crashed into a snowbank.
Me and Earl.
Yeah.
Singing the top of our lungs. Yeah. So nice.
All right, well, I'll consider that next year when it comes back around. We've got to take a break. I'll have Monsters tickets for you later on. I'm going to go see some hockey. Your Cleveland Monsters are playing the Grand Rapids Griffins. That's always a good game. I'll have a 4-pack for you later on. Breaking Benjamin and Stained. They're doing Blossom next spring. Disturbed, MMS and Disturbed in the spring, too. I have some Cavs tickets later on. 35192 on a text, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Hey, Mackenzie here. The Season of New Traditions sales event is going on now at Ken Ganley Kia. Save thousands on new 2024 and 2025 Kias. Buy a Kia with 0 down, 0% financing, or 0 payments till spring. Drive a 2025 Kia Seltos, K4, or Sportage. $179 lease per month. 24 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. K4, $3622 due at signing. Seltos and Sportage, $3970 due at signing. Drive a new 2025 Kia for just $179 a month. That's less than $6 a day. At Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at kenganleykia.com. I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealers, 0 APR, 48 months, $20.83 per month for $1,000 financed on 24 Sorrento, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF. Expires 1/2/25.
Hey guys, it's Alan for Window Nation. There's nothing worse than cranking your heat in the winter and you barely feel it. Because you need brand new windows from Window Nation. Anything along the lines of condensation or drafts, no good. Right now they're doing their end of year sale, 50% off every style with an extra 10% off. Plus no interest for 6 years. Lots of money in your pocket, brand new windows in your home. But it all ends December 31st. So call 866-9D-NATION, say Alan Cox told me all about it, or go to windownation.com.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness, with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Whether they're at school or a sleepover, as a parent, you worry about your child with food allergies. I want my kids to enjoy every moment without us. Did you know Xolair Omalizumab 150 milligrams is an approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions when your child accidentally eats something they're allergic to?
When taken once or twice a month, Xolair focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods. While taking Xolair, you should continue to avoid all foods to which you are allergic. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of any allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. By prescription only. Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe, life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. Tell your doctor if you ever had anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have trouble breathing or if you have swelling of your throat or tongue. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Xolair is for maintenance use to reduce allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, while avoiding food allergens. Serious side effects such as cancer, fever, muscle aches and rash, parasitic infection, or heart and circulation problems have been reported. Please see Xolair.com for full prescribing information. Ask an allergist about Xolair or call 1-866-4-XOLAIR. This is an advertisement for Xolair, paid for by Genentech and Novartis.
Now open at the Cleveland Museum of Art. Unfold the story of how Picasso reshaped modern art. Picasso and Paper is a groundbreaking exhibition that explores the artist's lifelong experimentation with and on paper and how he challenged what art could be. Picasso and Paper runs December 8th through March 23rd at its only North American venue, the Cleveland Museum of Art. Tickets will sell out. Reserve yours at cma.org.
The PayPal app has amazingly low prices for holiday shopping. Get cashback offers in the app, and when you use the PayPal debit card, PayPal stacks 5% more in the monthly category of your choosing on up to $1,000 in purchases. Don't just pay, PayPal.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom, I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Spread some holiday cheer with Ron Marhofer Chevrolet Saturday, December 21st from 9 to 11 a.m. Enjoy pictures with Santa Claus, a hot cocoa bar, cookie decorating, and arts and crafts. Celebrate with us at 11 when we gift a brand new 2025 Chevrolet Trax to a deserving family in our community. If you know a family that could use a little extra joy this holiday season, send your nominations to drivingchange@marhofer.com by December 13th. Let's come together and make an impact. RonMarhoferChevy.com.
Hey, it's Charlie. Have you tried Dave's Cosmic Subs yet? If not, you're missing out on the best subs in town. My favorite is the Dave's Original. It's packed with flavor. And guess what? Dave's just launched a new loyalty program. Every time you enjoy one of their legendary subs, you earn points towards free food and exclusive rewards. It's a win-win. So head over to Dave's Cosmic Subs today, sign up for the loyalty program, and start earning those tasty rewards. Dave's Cosmic Subs. Feed your Dave's crave today.
This holiday season, visit Boot Barn for top quality gifts that pay tribute to the lasting heritage of the West. From handcrafted cowboy boots and American-made felt hats to leather jackets, our in-store experts will help guide you as you shop, assisting with boot fitting and providing complimentary hat shaping. This holiday, share a piece of the American spirit. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
Traffic. From the Elk & Elk Traffic Center, Elk & Elk has won over $1 billion for their injured clients. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Dealing with a crash, Warren Road at South Marginal Drive. The left lane's blocked due to construction, 90 west after West Boulevard. Traffic signals flashing red west 73rd at Lorraine. Treat that as a four-way stop. And a disabled vehicle in the right lane, 490 east at East 55. I'm Mike Ross in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Association of County Behavioral Health Authorities.
Sometimes life can be overwhelming. Crisis Text Line can help. If you're struggling and feel like you can't talk to anyone about it, text 4HOPE to 741-741. Free confidential support. Crisis Text Line. Text 4HOPE to 741-741 now.
Had enough of this country? Ever dreamt about starting your own?
I planted the flag. This is mine. I own this.
It's surprisingly easy.
55 gallons of water, 500 pounds of concrete.
Or maybe not.
No country willingly gives up their territory.
Oh my God.
What is that?
Bullets.
Listen to Escape from Zakistan on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Escape from ZAQ-istan to start listening.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. You listen to us on iHeartRadio. It's the app that we talk about all the time. Well, it's free. It won't cost you one thin guilder. But people who listen all over North America, they use the app. And it's proven to be quite convenient for them. Kyle is one of our bureau chiefs in Kansas City. Matt listens in Gilbert, Arizona. Brad is in Yukon, Oklahoma. Trish is down in Satellite Beach, Florida. Phil is in Auburn, Alabama. War Eagle. And Michelle is our single bureau chief in Altoona, Pennsylvania. You ever been to Altoona, Pennsylvania?
I have not.
It's about 90 minutes east of Pittsburgh. It's central Pennsylvania. And apparently this is where they scooped up the guy who killed the CEO of United Healthcare there in New York. I can't believe it took them this long. And so now we'll get more information about the guy now that they've released his name. They caught him at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Apparently there was an elderly person there who noticed that this kid, he's 26 years old, an elderly person sitting at the McDonald's. And every McDonald's has these, right? The old person who's sitting there. They got nowhere to be and all day to get there. And they're just nursing a coffee, maybe having a hash brown if the dentures will allow. And some old guy at the McDonald's in Altoona called 911. He said, I think I saw the guy who killed that CEO in New York. And the cops show up. And sure enough, they think that they have the kid. And, of course, I saw his name. I don't know why I keep saying kid. He's almost 30. When I saw the name that they released, of course, I immediately thought of you.
Of me?
Yes. I immediately thought of, I wonder if Rob has seen this information.
What's his name?
They said that the guy was a little trickle of information that they've sent out. They said that he was the valedictorian of his high school, and that apparently he considers himself quite brilliant. And this is how these guys get caught. They think they're too smart for everybody, right? He was trolling people. He left the backpack in Central Park with Monopoly money in it. Except they got this dude, still had another backpack, still had the gun, the silencer, the fake ID, some dumbass manifesto. And you even suggested, we were talking in the break, you suggested that maybe he wanted to get caught.
I mean, you almost think so, right?
Well, I never think that's the case, but then I go, you know what? I bet you're right, because these guys want everybody to know how smart they are, right? These guys want everybody to know what a cool guy. Maybe they have hot girls at the Altoona, Pennsylvania McDonald's. Maybe that's how they got the guy. He flashed that famous smile of his. They've identified 26-year-old Luigi Mangione.
Wow.
As the potential shooter there of Brian Thompson, who was the CEO there for United Healthcare.
This son of a bitch.
Yeah.
He no pay the claims for us, you know.
Yeah.
So I get a gun and I shoot him into the face and into the back and into the leg.
God, I hope that's what he sounds like. He probably won't, but that's how I'll think of him.
You know, I go to a Starbucks first. I see a pretty girl. I say, hey, how you doing? I take it down on my mask, and they get a picture. And then the next thing you know, I kill the guy.
Yeah.
I come back, and she's a no work no more.
That's
Son
right.
of a bitch, I said.
Give me the flat white.
On my way to McDonald's in the middle of Pennsylvania, and I get a caught. He's a son of a bitch, I say.
Taken into custody, 26-year-old Ivy League graduate and anti-capitalist. Yeah, you know how frequently those go together. Anywho, Luigi Mangione. I'm sure we're going to find out all kinds of amazing things about this young man. They think that he is positively identified as the assailant. He had a 3D printed ghost gun. He had a silencer, a manifesto, because I always have manifestos. They always got a lot to say. And 4 fake IDs when he was nabbed by the cops. He's been arrested on firearms charges. They have not yet charged him with Thompson's murder. They're going to have to dig a bit more into that. They got to put that case together, but it sounds like obviously that's what they're trying to do. He's originally from Towson, Maryland, an anti-capitalist Ivy League student. Again, I'm still trying to get my head around that. You go to an Ivy League school, right? You could have gone to different school. You went to an Ivy League school. Anti-capitalist. Okay. He was the valedictorian at his high school. He has ties to San Francisco. He used to live in Honolulu. Again, they haven't charged him with the murder of Brian Thompson, but obviously that's what they're trying to put together. So they arrested him in Altoona, Pennsylvania, and he is, thus far, with no official charges, he is being considered the person of interest in this. He does not have a criminal history, and his name was not on their radar. There's the guy right there. There's Luigi Mangione, 26 years old. He got a degree in engineering from Penn.
I don't look any different than anybody else. This nosy old son of a bitch man, he say he see me. How does he even know it's a me?
Yeah, how does he know it's a you?
That's a me. You look into the pictures of me on the line. He don't look like this. How does this man know?
Yeah, he doesn't really look like him. I mean, well,
he looks like everyone. That's the thing.
He looks like everyone. So they, they said he was also wearing clothes that matched the description of the suspect. He's still wearing the same clothes. This is what I'm saying. These
he
guys
wanted to get caught.
These guys who think they're super smart, and listen, again, he planned a lot out, but they had initially said, oh, we think he's on a bus. He's headed back to Atlanta. He wrote, whatever. And, it's still speculation at this point. We'll get more information about the guy, and all the pieces will kind of start to get put in the puzzle. But no matter how smart you think you are, or how smart you actually are, some things get away from you, boy. You got to have a manifesto. He's probably some rich white kid. He graduated as valedictorian from a private school in Baltimore where the tuition is $40,000 a year. So one of these rich white kids who fancies himself an anti-capitalist. Okay, well, anyway. So he's probably got, his manifesto is probably full of a whole lot of stuff that sounds like freshman year poetry. But again, this is all speculation, right? But the puzzle pieces that we do have thus far, dude sounds like a piece of work. So, but again, in the initial blush of this, you're like, oh man, what is a hit job? Because the guy was getting investigated by the Department of Justice and the SEC and all this kind of stuff. There's all kinds of hinky financial dealings going on. He was being accused of dumping a bunch of insider trading, essentially, dumping a bunch of company stock because he had information that he was not disseminating to other people. So there was some alleged financial malfeasance there. And so you put these things together and you go, oh man, this, it sounds like a movie. But then things are usually in real life very, very boring. And it's going to be a dude who has an axe to grind or something. And he's got a manifesto.
And the way that he did it too, he clearly fancies himself like a mafioso, right? Like, now it all makes sense. Now the whole, hit style killing of this guy totally makes sense when you look at this kid.
Yeah.
And it says right in the thing, he hated the medical community because of how it treated a sick relative. Mm-hmm. So this kid clearly watched The Godfather and was like, I'm going to get him in a restaurant. Leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Take the cannoli.
That's all what's going on in this kid's head.
Well, but also, there seemed to be a bunch of things he could have done to really not get caught. I don't know how likely it is in 2024 that somebody could literally just be like in the wind. You know, you can't find them. All these guys that they dig up, they go, murder suspect from 40 years ago found living as an old man in Key West or whatever. And they find the guy and they eventually, roll him under the wheels of justice or whatever. But yeah, because 40 years ago, I don't know how anybody got caught for murder charges before DNA evidence, quite frankly. They end up digging up these guys from 40, 50 years ago. But in modern day, you get on a bike, especially in New York City. You get on a bike, you roll away. He had the gun and a manifesto in his backpack. He didn't have a change of clothes. He didn't go somewhere to buy clothes. I don't know. Hopefully he won't be tight-lipped about what the immediate aftermath was, because those are the things that I want to know now.
What he did, as soon as it was over?
Well, yeah. What was your plan? You're wearing this. I can't believe you'd be wearing the same clothes if that's what they're implicating here. He was wearing clothes that matched the description of the suspect. We had him in a gray hoodie, and so he's still wearing the same thing. Luigi Mangione is the guy's name. And again, I had been imagining this whole time that they just weren't making this information public, that they had a name because his face was online, and it was only a matter of time before somebody's like, I know that guy. And that didn't even happen. You know what I mean? Because this guy's like a folk hero to so many people. So many people are like, I think I went to high school with that guy. I ain't calling the cops. It was an old guy in a McDonald's in Central PA.
I think he probably
blew
recognized
the kid
him.
up.
I think he recognized him by the eyebrows, to be honest with you. That kid's got Eugene Levy.
Oh, he's got one eyebrow.
Just hella eyebrows.
Yeah.
Those things are enormous.
Yep.
So that's probably it. That guy looks
Hello, 911. I think Frida Kahlo is the murderer of that healthcare CEO.
Got a guy sitting here with a couple of caterpillars above his eyes. I think it's the same fella.
There you go. Well, listen, I mean, if his motive was a family member that was treated poorly by the healthcare industry, I'd say get in line. Yeah. We've all been in that situation. We didn't go out murdering the CEO. So they're going to start putting all of these puzzle pieces together. The local cops there said that he had been seen acting suspiciously in the Altoona McDonald's. Have you ever been in a dining room at a McDonald's? Everybody in there is acting suspiciously. I don't think I can do McDonald's anymore, by the way. With respect, my daughter had Girl Scouts last night, and after she was like, "Can we get McDonald's?" I go, "Yeah, sure." And so I got McDonald's. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. Can't do it.
Did it not agree with you?
It did not agree with me. Nope.
What'd you eat?
Cheeseburger.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I like mine with French fried tomatoes, potatoes, and a beer, and a nice cold beer.
I walked right into that.
I like buns and meat and potatoes. Now I had a cheeseburger.
In paradise.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you ended up with the tummy ache?
It wasn't that bad. I just knew something was off. I was like, oh, this ain't, whatever.
It's pretty much all fast food.
And again, it's not their fault. I just hadn't had it in quite a while, and I'm like, oh, now I know that ain't it. So
I was actually going to stop off at Taco Bell after the stuff we talked about last week, and I last minute was like, you know what? I need a day where I have nothing to do because it's been so long since I've done it. I'm like, I got to have a clear schedule. Exactly.
In the moment when we're talking about that stuff, my brain always goes, boy, that sounds good. And then later on, I'm like, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
I should.
That's the best one.
But I don't.
I was really going to do it. I was like, yeah. I'm in. And I was like, I have way too much to do this weekend. I'm going to end up bathroom bound and not be able to do anything I have to get done.
Yeah. Honey, I'll be out in a minute, all right? Come on, man.
Can you take the kids for me? going to be in here for a while.
You're going to want to get them out of the house.
She's like, Jesus Christ, did you eat Taco Bell again? You know what happens.
Robert! Did she call you Robert? Robert!
She does not, thankfully.
Yeah.
I do get scolded, though.
By your wife?
Sure.
Scolded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Verbally, or just wives get to the point where and husbands too. You know, people have been together for a while. You get to the point where they can shoot you a look and you are able to immediately identify that look.
Oh, yes.
And translate it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be words.
You get verbally scolded, though.
This would have been, though. If I came home with a bag of Taco Bell, she would have been like, dude.
A verbal scolding.
Like, what are you doing? What are you thinking?
Right. I'm thinking I'm 22, honey.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Thinking I want to test the waters.
I'm
That's
feeling
what I'm thinking.
22.
I'm thinking I can do this. That's what I think.
So we'll see here what happens with Luigi Mangione. Alan, did McDonald's at least get his order correct? I don't know. Devotion Accuracy. Towson, Maryland, for our Maryland Bureau. I'm sorry. I figured there was a 50-50 chance I was mispronouncing that. Towson, Maryland. I wonder if he's related to Chuck Mangione at all. That's the only other Mangione that comes to mind. Remember Chuck Mangione? He had a big song in the 70s. He was a saxophone player. It was called Feels So Good. And it was instrumental, but it was a massive, massive hit on 70s radio. And when I was a kid, I remember this being on the radio all the time. He was in a band called the Jazz Brothers. He was part of Art Blakey's band, just a legendary drummer. 1978. So I was like in the second grade when this was on the radio, but it was on all the time. And boy, does it take a while to get going.
Boy, oh boy, does it ever, huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This was a trumpet. He wasn't playing the sax. He was a trumpeter.
Not like that shot out of a cannon Herb Alpert stuff.
Right.
This is a slow build.
It is. It's called Feel So Good. Not my veins are full of cocaine. You know, I mean, feels so good. He's like, come on, man. You know. So he's put out, but this is what just blew him up around the world. Of course, his primary instrument was the flugelhorn. But, you know. Yeah, it was a big, big song in the 70s. But anyway, I have no idea if there is any relation between this guy and one Charles Mangione. Mike in Parma points out, coincidentally, the name on the guy's fake ID was Manifesto. So that's how they knew that it was hey, I think we got our guy here. I'll tell you what, if you look at two IDs and one of them says Manifesto and the other one says Luigi Mangione, I think they were both made up.
Same guy.
Yeah. Luigi Mangione. Because now they're going to find the parents, and the parents are going to be... But I'm telling you, the parents had to have seen those photos. This is international news, right? Because it's so brazen. And but here in the United States, it's been, above the fold every night. And now they got a name. They had the face. There had to have been people who knew this kid, could have identified him, and they didn't. I mean, you understand why family might not. Well, we'll let him get caught when he gets caught. I told you not to spoil the kid, Barbara. That kind of thing.
Guarantee you nobody in that house talks like that.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, he went to a pretty Tony private high school and graduated first in his class and went to Penn. And so he's a rich kid who fancies himself an anti-capitalist, of all things. Listen, there is an argument to be made about anti-capitalism, especially now that we're in the late stages of it. But this guy ain't it. I can't wait till they start putting out passages from his manifesto. From one Manuel Festo.
Probably just written with the most annoying cadence of all time.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be like, first semester philosophy class or something. I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see. But I do not know if they got his order correct. I don't even know if he ordered food. And I don't know what they mean by acting suspiciously. The guy clearly was an adult, but we could not get him off the plaything. He kept going down the slide. We said, sir.
He complained there was no toy in his Happy Meal.
Yeah, he really did.
I don't know what's the matter with this kid. He learned nothing from us. Nothing.
Oh, you think that's what the parents sound like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I taught him what to do.
Carmela, his parents, Anthony and Carmela. Alan, did you hear Chuck Mangione coming out of your parents' room a lot in the 70s? No, nothing like that. But I wouldn't have been surprised. Most of what I heard coming out of my parents' room was screaming. And not the angry kind. Okay, I've got to take a break here. I will have Monsters tickets for you. Your Cleveland Monsters. How do you feel about hockey? It's a lot of fun at a Monsters game. They are playing the Grand Rapids Griffins on the 28th. Time between Christmas and New Year, looking for something to do. 4-pack of tickets for you to see them for Monster Scarf Giveaway Night at the Romo Fijo.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey, I watched you get up during the middle of the show, go out of the room, and come back with something. What was so important?
I had to borrow my wife's charging cable because because like I said, the ones that I use are for my equipment. So I told my wife, my wife's phone's fully charged, so I'll be able to borrow. I said I only need it for an hour.
So where is Mary Elizabeth right now?
She's sleeping out in her little bed set up in the living room.
She was asleep and you woke her up to say, I need your charging cable?
Yeah, I had to.
Nobody sleeps in this house. There's no...
I think they're in between sleeping and awake at all time. It kind of like a...
like a cat.
Yes.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
On Sunday in the semifinals of the NCAA soccer tourney, a.k.a. the College Cup, North Carolina defeated Duke 3-0 and Wake Forest bested Stanford 1-0, setting up a Tar Heels versus Demon Deacons final today. It's the first ever national title match in Wake Forest history, while North Carolina will make its 28th appearance. Watch on ESPNU at 7 p.m. Eastern. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
On the app or in store, Cleveland runs on Dunkin'.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. This weekend only, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait, this is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
iHeartRadio is your #1 app for the holidays. Just open the app and search Holiday and start listening to Magic 105.7, plus all kinds of other holiday stations, playlists, and podcasts. iHeartRadio, free, never sounded so good.
A savory Meyer ham is the perfect centerpiece for any holiday feast. Now through December 24th, Meyer Spiral Sliced Half Ham is just 79 cents per pound with M-Perks. Limit 1, no clipping necessary. Discount automatically applied when your M-Perks ID is entered at checkout. Buy one, get one for $1 on a 3-pound bag of red or yellow potatoes or yellow onions. Save on Kraft Stovetop Stuffing for $1.99. And get a Marie Callender's Frozen Pumpkin Pie for just $4.99. Incredible.
Grand Rapids Griffins. End of the month, Saturday, December the 28th at the Romo Fijo. It is Monster Scarf Giveaway Night. ClevelandMonsters.com always has whatever pertinent information you're going to need on their schedule. I have 4 tickets for you. Do you have 3 friends? Do they like hockey? Monsters Griffins on the 28th for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He was placed in an escape pod moments before his home planet was destroyed by the devourer of worlds. On Earth, he is a god among men with superhuman powers. I don't know, at least that's what his will says.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Well, something you don't get to say very often. Cavs lost. They're still out there killing it, though. They go to 21-4. Lost to the Miami Heat down there in Miami last night. 122-113 is the final. They don't play again until Friday. Is that because they're doing those cup games in Vegas? Is that what that is? Okay.
Yeah, those were the 2 added games, the 13th and the 16th.
Right. Okay. Against the Wizards and the Nets. Those will the ones at home this Friday. Wizards will be in town. And then the Cavs will go to Brooklyn to play the Nets on Monday. So a rare loss on the part of your Cleveland Cavaliers. But they're still the best team in the NBA. And no one's catching up thus far. All through this month, as people get into full tilt boogie as far as holiday shopping goes, remember, if you're going to do any of it at CLE Clothing Company, use the promo code Ralphie for 20% off over there. If you're in one of their stores, just whip it at them when you're checking out. If you're online, you just type it in, of course. Ralphie, all this month. And then this Friday is our final live show of 2024. We will return live on January the 6th. And in between, who knows what will happen? Who knows? Indeed. Are you home for the holidays or are you traveling? Going back to New England?
I'm traveling. Yeah, headed back. Yep.
All right.
Just for a few days, though.
Mm-hmm.
You staying local?
Yes.
Man, that's so great.
Local, yes. Yep. I go home for Thanksgiving. Christmas, we stay here. Wanted our child to wake up in her own home on Christmas. We thought that might be something she would enjoy. I mean, we have some family members on my wife's side, coming here occasionally, but I'm not doing a goddamn thing.
I still don't know what we're going to... I'm like trying to plan it all out because we're going to Rhode Island first, then to Massachusetts. And this is the first time traveling with 2 dogs.
Ooh.
So now I'm like...
2 baby dogs.
1 baby. And then one old pissed off guy. But I'm like, well, what? Like, do I bring the dogs wherever we're going? Are they should I rent an Airbnb? Should I rent an RV? Like, I don't know what the hell I don't know what to do. I'm a week away. I'm like, uh-oh.
An RV?
Why not?
Yeah, no, listen.
There's an RV.
Yeah. You just got to hope you don't get any inclement weather. You ever driven an RV?
I have.
I haven't.
No?
And I always have it in my head. I go, ooh, an RV some summer. And then I go, why? What? Why? No. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, no, I've definitely done it. I don't know that I want to do it, but I'm really like running every scenario through my head, trying to figure out what to do with the dog situation.
Well, and the trouble with dogs too is like in order to board your dogs, the place has to have like their inoculation papers and all that kind of stuff. So there's preparation for that too. You don't just go to a town and drop your dogs off at the at the border.
Totally. And the thing, too, is I'm like, it's Christmas. I want to be with my dogs. They're family.
Right. No, I understand.
I don't want to board them. It'd be sad.
I understand.
They'll know. Everybody else there's like talking about it, the dogs together.
Yeah.
My owners left, too, because they suck.
Yep.
Now we're just all lonely.
They'll be there with one single beam of moonlight coming through the window.
Sad music playing.
On Christmas.
Sad music in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just couldn't. It makes me sad.
Yeah, I understand.
I got to figure it out.
Alan, how long before Fox and all the mega dopes blame the liberal woke education system for this crime? Well, this time they might be onto something. I don't know, but we'll see. I don't know. There's more to be discovered about one Luigi Mangione. Although it's already getting memed to hell, right? I follow a lot of like Seinfeld meme accounts, and one of them is like, George leaning into Jerry and Elaine and goes, I found out the shooter's name. You know when he tells him Kramer's name is Cosmo?
Yeah.
Luigi. They're like, Luigi? I'll tell you a wild story is this guy in Philly, speaking of shooting somebody, a guy named Sean Thomas, Sean with an R, Sean Thomas. This is a guy who had a lot of people advocating for him. There's an organization called the Pennsylvania Innocence Project, or PIP, which is kind of a jaunty little acronym for a deadly serious organization. But they worked on this guy's behalf for a long time. Sean Thomas was freed from prison. He did 24 years for a murder he did not commit. His murder conviction in 1992 was overturned about 6 years ago, and the Pennsylvania Innocence Project had fought for his release, saying that the police there's a lot of things that they didn't do. And so he got out, and he got $4 million from the city of Philadelphia. He got $4.1 million from the city. They sued for wrongful incarceration. This happens with some frequency now. He was in there for 24 years. And he just killed a guy. And so now he's going to prison. He shot a guy that he knew over a $1,200 drug debt. Oh. So this is one of these situations where, big picture, you look at it and you go, okay, well, they got him out because he didn't kill the other guy. But now he's going in because he killed this guy. And they're like two guys who knew each other. They were like childhood friends or something and reconnected, but the guy owed him $1,200. If you got $4 million from the city of Philly, I'd be like, you know what, man?
Write it off.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Exactly. Merry Christmas. But some people can't let it go. So this guy's back in a courtroom. The judge can't even believe what's going on. And she's like, are all of the facts that I've read here true? And he's like, yup. So all these people, and again, these are two separate cases, but the organizations that fought for his release on the 92 murder conviction, he got out, and he's going to be sentenced after the first of the year, and they expect him to spend the rest of his life behind bars.
Dude, I would do...
So he was out for 7 years. He was freed in 2017 after being in there for 24 years. Out for 7. You get $4.1 million from the city, and you kill a guy over $1,200.
I would do anything I possibly could for the rest of my life to never see a police officer ever again. I would do. If you get $4 million after you spent 27 years in jail, just take up a hobby. That woman knitting is a great example. There you go. Learn to knit.
Yeah.
Don't do anything.
At the concert.
Stay home. Do nothing.
So when you get one of these city payouts, you got to pay tax, yeah?
I would assume.
Okay, well then there you go. I mean, 4 after taxes, the guy only probably had 2.7.
That's all
right. How
right.
you going to live on that?
You're right.
Right?
You're right.
This guy owed him $1,200.
Over a cocaine debt. He gave him cocaine to sell. Oh, boy.
Well, it says drug, Rob. Interesting that you reflexively went to cocaine.
I looked. I found a... I didn't just guess. I didn't just guess. No, it says he gave this guy $1,200 worth of cocaine to sell, and he didn't sell it.
Didn't sell it. I bet it went right up his nose.
I'd imagine.
Or his butt. I've never done cocaine. Is that how people do coke? He goes up the butt, right? Yeah, he keistered it. There you go. Yeah, it's crazy. He shot and killed 38-year-old Akeem Edwards in January of last year, by the way. So I think he got remanded to custody for that amount of time. But
dude, you won. You got out of jail. You got $4 million.
By the way, there's a lot of people who get out of jail and don't get $4 million, if they were wrongfully convicted. A lot of times, I mean, if there's going to be a lawsuit where the city pays out, that's what it is. Like you did 2 decades and either it was inconclusive or they determined you didn't do it, whatever it is. Most of those people sue, and most of those people win. Cities have insurance policies for things like that, but still, there's people who are wrongfully convicted, and they don't get $4 million.
Build small ships. Do something. Anything. Bake.
Ship in a bottle.
Ship in a bottle.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that's so bad.
Yeah. Alan, this is a text. I just sharted during your last break, but it had nothing to do with you or the show. I just wanted you to know. I appreciate that. Listen, if somebody was out there sharding and only they know about it and it is because of me, I'd feel terrible. I'd feel terrible. So I'm glad that it had nothing to do with me.
What I like to do, pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. I like to do too, poo-poo, pee-pee-poo. Poo-poo, pee-pee-poo-poo, pee-pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. Oh, pee-pee's what I like to do, pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. I like to do too, poo-poo, pee-pee-poo.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. And by the way, in the spirit of the season, I would encourage anybody else who finds themselves in that similar situation to let me know whether it did or did not have something to do with me or the show. Because, not that I want to ingratiate myself into other people's gastrointestinal distress, but, yeah. Boofing. I couldn't think of what it was called. Drugs up the butt. Boofing. Thank you for that. Now, if you're a Buffalo Bills fan, you're still trying to get your head around the game where Josh Allen sets a record. He's the first player in NFL history with 3 passing touchdowns and 3 rushing touchdowns in the same game, and they still lost to the Chargers. This guy he just got engaged to that Haley Steinfeld. Oh, she's foxy.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize. Okay, so she's 27. They're about the same age. He's 28. She's 27. I always think of her. I forgot how long ago that movie True Grit was. That was the first time I saw her. She was 14 in True Grit, I think, 13 or 14. They redid True Grit with Jeff Bridges and Matt Damon some years ago, and I forgot it was like 2010. I didn't realize it was that far back. And obviously, she's done plenty of other things since then, but those are not movies I would see. They seem to be geared toward they're like young girl movies or whatever. But Josh Allen just got engaged to her, and she's lovely. And I don't know anything about him, other than he just set this record and still lost.
Can you imagine?
What's a guy got to do?
Literally an army of one in that game.
Yeah.
And lose.
Yeah. Now you got the whole Bills Mafia. You better hope that Luigi Mangione doesn't get made in the Bills Mafia. Because guess what? He's coming. He's coming after you.
I heard a couple of sales
He's
guys.
anti-capitalist, I hope you know, and so that means that he's going to be going after the NFL. You heard what?
I heard a couple of those sales guys out there bitching about Josh Allen. I'm playing fantasy football against him this week, and he laid up 52 against me, so I'm going to lose. Well, hey, what are you going to do? The guy set a record. It happens.
Yeah.
Week to week, man.
Yeah. Well, but they did run the ball on the 1 yard line, too. I mean, they shouldn't have, they wanted to give him that touchdown run, so he must have known he's trying to get himself in the books or something. I don't know. But all I'm saying is, whatever happens, he's making a lot of money, and he goes home now to Haley Steinfeld.
Yeah, so no matter what, he wins, right?
Yes.
Even a loss is a win.
Yeah, well.
Not, all things considered, shall I say.
I got an email from Cody. Alan, this reminded me of the discussion the other day when you were talking about how you eat the entire apple. And Rob wanted to know what the end of it is, the bottom of the apple. He called it a butthole.
Yeah.
And he attached a link to people talking about it online. If apple stems are attached at the top, what's the little butthole thing in the bottom?
I think it's a butthole.
Well, it's analogous to a pear, I guess. I don't know if anybody on here actually has the actual name for it.
Let's see, apple butthole.
Maybe when you stack the apples, it looks more normal. Maybe that's how other apples are grown. I know they're grown on trees, but maybe if you stack apples, because I know that they're similar to pears, probably.
Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant?
Right. Now, I should point out, that's why I eat apples from the bottom. I eat that end first. That's just how I've always done it. And, I like to have my own style. Somebody suggested bud hole. I mean, that's okay, too. Because an apple technically is a flower, right?
Yes.
And I think they... it's called the calyx. Here you go. Here's a handy-dandy diagram. Parts of an apple. Look at what the stem is called.
Yep.
A peduncle. That sounds like a guy who's not legally allowed to be within 500 yards of a school.
That peduncle Ted is not allowed.
Oh, peduncle Ted, he can't give out Halloween candy or anything. The skin, the flesh, the seed, the pith. See, I eat all of it. I'm eating the core. I'm eating the pith.
And the calyx.
I'm eating the calyx. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go.
A peduncle.
Handy dandy.
Do you eat the peduncle?
I don't eat the stem.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Nope.
So everything but.
Everything but, yes. There used to be I don't know if it's still around, but 100 years ago there used to be like a makeup line or a moisturizer company or something called Calyx and Corolla, I thought, which I think are part of two parts of a flower. But okay, well, so there you go. The calyx is what that's called.
You call it what you call it.
Yeah.
I'll stick with the apple's butthole.
There you go. Between the peduncle and the calyx, I eat everything. Everything peduncle down is what I go for.
Oh, that's great.
Joey emailed me too. He's like, look what I found in the Walmart Akron. And he sent me, there's a big box of plush stuffed toys. He might be out doing some Christmas shopping or something. It's called the Fuggler. The funny, ugly monster. Big box of Fugglers there at the Walmart Akron. So FYI, Mom and Dad, if your kid goes, I just want a big fat Fuggler this Christmas, don't flip out. That's what they're talking about.
What did you just say?
What? That's what it is.
Does do they come with a mother and a father?
It doesn't say that.
It's
just
mother.
Funny. A funny. You mean a mother funny ugly monster?
Yes, that's exactly what I meant.
The Fugglers. All right. By the way, speaking of Akron, before I leave Akron and go to a break here, congratulations to the University of Akron. I was reading an article on some travel website. You know, I get like email blasts. I do traveling, and they had just a handful of university campuses around the United States that are considered architectural masterpieces. And there are a few that might come to mind. There's University of Chicago, and there's Carnegie Mellon, and the University of Akron was on this short list. Congratulations to them because of the Goodyear Polymer Center, I guess. Now, I've never really taken a walk through the University of Akron. I have drunkenly stumbled across it on a couple of occasions, but I don't. Between Schrank Hall and the Goodyear Polymer Center, they made it to this list. And, of course, if you're an Akron Zip, you probably know this all too well, but I didn't know. And so it's nice to get accolades that maybe don't have that much to do with academia from time to time. Keep your peduncle away from the campus there. I've got to take a break. I'll have, we were talking about RVs a bit ago. Later on, I have tickets for you. That Ohio RV Super Show is going to be at the IX Center. But after the break, Stained and Breaking Benjamin have announced that tour next spring. It's called Awaken the Fallen, bringing a couple of other bands with them. They're going to do Blossom on May the 19th. So if you want to go, I'll hand you a couple coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Ready to win your way into iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, presented by Capital One,
Featuring Incubus.
Cage the Elephant,
The Lumineers.
St. Vincent,
Glass Animals.
The Head and the Heart, Fontaine's DC, Måneskin's Damiano David,
And The Offspring.
the biggest single night of live alt rock on the planet.
For your chance to win an alter ego trip, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app. And we'll see you at Alter Ego 2025.
Thanks to Capital One for being the proud presenting partner of Alter Ego.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Clouds and drizzle for the rest of your Monday. Can't completely rule out a rain shower. Highs near 50. Overnight lows tonight around 40. For your Tuesday, a few showers, otherwise mostly cloudy skies. Highs in the mid-40s.
This report is sponsored by Innkeeper's Tattoo. Wear your story.
It's Stansbury for my buddy Zach and his crew over at Innkeeper's Tattoo Parlor. As we head into the gift-giving season, the gift that keeps on giving is a great tattoo. Whether it's for yourself or maybe you're looking for a
Hi, this is Doug Jackson with Jackson Comfort Services. At Jackson Comfort, we know it's not convenient to hear we'll be there sometime between 8 and 5, so we're closing that gap. Jackson Comfort guarantees our customers 1-hour appointment windows. You pick the 1-hour window that works best for you. Call or visit us online at jacksoncomfort.com, home of the 1-hour appointment window, because convenience is comfortable.
Hey, it's Doogie here. Time is of the essence with COVID-19. Prescription oral treatment must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, and if you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. You can learn more at treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The free iHeartRadio app is your home for the holidays. Open the app and click on the holiday banner or search holiday and start listening to Magic 105.7, plus stations playing all kinds of holiday music, Christmas classics, Christmas jazz, country, R&B, tons of playlists, even podcasts. Yay! Our gift to you, the perfect holiday soundtrack. Join the millions of listeners on the iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio. Now it is time to give stuff away. Alan Cox is giving stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Stained and Breaking Benjamin. They are doing a co-headlining run with a couple of other bands of friends with them. Wage War and Lakeview, who are kind of an alt-country duo. But that's kind of what Aaron Lewis has been doing in his downtime, too. So all 4 bands on the Awaken the Fallen tour. This is next May. It's Monday the 19th, out at Blossom. LiveNation.com will have all the details you need. I will have these tickets for you all this week. Breaking Benjamin and Stained for you and a pal. 2 tickets for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Man, do I like Breaking Benjamin. I love these guys. And I'm not quite sure why. There's probably people who think these guys sound like 1,000 other bands, but I love them. When I was on in Chicago, my intern used to do sound for them. And he kind of got me into them, but yeah, I dig them a lot, boy. They just dropped some new stuff, too. That's another band, because my intern was from Scranton. That's another band from middle of there's from Wilkes-Barre. All these central PA bands that are looking to get the hell out of there. Maybe there's a local Altoona band now that Altoona is kind of on the map because of, Luigi Mangione, the alleged shooter of that CEO. Now everybody's going to know where Altoona is. And you know what's going to happen, too? You're going to get fangirls going to that McDonald's because they're going to think that dude was so cute. Although I got to say, whoever thought he was cute, he looked cuter in that hoodie on that surveillance camera than all these derpy pictures they're dropping of him now. Like you said, he looks like 100 other dudes. But whatever. So about this time all week, I'll have the Breaking Benjamin and Stained tickets for you. Hey, David.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, David? How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, I might be way off here, but what's that pizza when you get them every once in a while from Chicago that you get sent to you?
Lou Malnati's Pizza.
They have them. I seen them at the Acme Fresh Market in Portage Lakes yesterday.
You know, somebody sent me, Heinen's started carrying them last summer. That's when I started getting them there. But somebody sent me a picture.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I appreciate it. Somebody sent me a picture over the weekend from the Acme in Akron, and they go, hey, they got Lou Malnati's. So you're out there in Portage Lakes, David?
Yes, I'm out. Yeah, New Franklin. When you was down at your that Dano's bar, that's this little city I live in.
Yeah, okay. We had a great time this summer in Portage Lakes. I had never been there before, and then I spent every weekend there for a month doing appearances. I had a great time.
Yeah, they say that's the center of the universe, Alan. the Portage Lakes.
Who is they, David?
Probably people from Portage Lakes, I would say.
I was going to say, I had a good time. It never once occurred to me that was the center of the universe, but I have no evidence to say it's not, David, so you might be right.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can come back next summer and ask around. They'll tell you.
I sure will. They were nice to me, even though I was a libtard in their midst.
Oh, don't worry. I'm a bigger libtard, maybe.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you for the info, David. I appreciate it.
All right.
All
you
right,
guys
man.
have a good one.
You too.
Show sounds great.
Thank you, pal.
All right.
There's David down in New Franklin.
Dano's a great bar, man.
We had a lot of fun. It's very Trumpy down there, but I didn't care, man. Everybody I talked to was great, and again, I'm joking that people treated me like a libtard. They didn't. They'd call me that, but they were kind of like, tongue in cheek. It's fine. No, we had a lot of fun down there. We had like four consecutive weekends of appearances in Portage Lakes, and we got super lucky with the weather. Like it would rain all week, and then every weekend it was hot and sunny, and
Like the hottest weekends of the entire summer too. That last one was like,
yes.
Remember how hot it was?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was the Hawaii thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kona Brewing, Kona Beer. Yep.
That was awesome.
It was a lot of fun. Our own Keith Kennedy, I believe. Doesn't he have some kind of marine activity down there? Doesn't he have a boat or something?
Yeah, he's got a pontoon boat.
There you go, a pontoon.
He posts up at Dano's. I know that.
I know he does. He was out there when I had my appearances, and I thought he was just checking up on me, doing reconnaissance. But nope, he had docked his boat.
He was out on the SS Kennedy.
Yeah, I wondered what the boat was called. I don't know that I ever got the name of his boat. We got another card from Dick from Dayton. I like to show this to the audience when we get them because, again, I talk about how illegible his writing is, but that's Exhibit A right there. It's the envelope is covered in writing. The card itself is covered in equally illegible. It's like Sanskrit or something. I don't know what it is.
I can see weekdays 2 to 6. I made that out.
Yeah. I genuinely cannot tell what it says. I mean, he sends these with the best of intentions, but I just don't know what it says.
Do you think he can read that? Like everybody, they say can like read their own.
I'm sure he can. Yes.
I wonder
if he was here. I'm sure he could go all forensic files with us and figure out. Alan Cox Show weekdays 2 to 6. W77S. Hi, Alan.
It does look like he wrote it with his feet.
Well, that is the perfect description of his penmanship.
Yeah.
And it says, hi, Alan, Bill, and Mary. How's it going?
But on the front, he wrote Alan and Rob.
Yeah, I know. So it's, listen, maybe they were on the show a long time. Maybe he's,
for sure.
Gone but not forgotten. Happy with, I don't know. Because he takes the time to do this. He's probably got just a stack of random greeting cards and pulls one out and sends it. But again, he's got to put a stamp on it. From the looks of it, he drains a pen writing these. I mean, this poor guy, he's on a fixed income. He's going through Bic Blacks like nobody's business.
Drains a pen.
Anyway, thank you, Dick. I will put this right into my circular file. I appreciate that. Thank you. I still haven't seen the movie Cocaine Bear, and I want to because it has people in it that I enjoy a great deal, and I forget that it's out there. It's one of those movies, as soon as it came out, I was going to go see it, and then I forgot, and it's been streaming for a while, and I keep forgetting, but I was thinking of Cocaine Bear, and of course, they were making parodies of that. Sharknado already existed, but anytime there's a popular movie, they will parody it, and so Cocaine Bear was an actual studio film, and then they came out with heroin crickets or something. I don't know what they were coming up with, but it's stuff like that. And that's what I thought of when I saw that they found fentanyl in dolphins. And in Texas, they have found fentanyl in dolphins. And I'm always curious how they find these. I'm sure that there are marine biologists who are just doing regular regular studies of the marine life off the coast there. And then they probably see some strange marker in the blood panel. But, dolphins travel a lot, and they travel a long way. And so I'm always curious, where do they find the fentanyl? And are they moving weight for a cartel? Is this accidental or is this on purpose? Is there someone at the other end that is synthesizing the fentanyl back out of the dolphin blood and putting it on the street? Dolphins, they're some of the smartest mammals on the planet. Isn't that what they always say? Dolphins are very smart. Now, when they talk about smart animals, I think they mean smart for an animal. People are like, dolphins are smarter than people. No, they're not. Stop. I have an Australian Shepherd. She's very smart for a dog. She's not doing math. Of course, neither am I. So, Texas dolphins. They found fentanyl in 30 dolphins there from the Gulf of Mexico.
So actually in their systems, not like in like a bag or anything.
A bag
they just
stuffed into their blowholes. No, in their traces of fentanyl in their blubber. Bottlenose dolphins in the Gulf of Mexico. Now, it makes for a salacious headline, but it shouldn't shock anybody, right? Everything's in everything now. People flush prescription drugs and that ends up in the water supply and, So what's the important thing to get out? Fluoride. The new study, pharmaceuticals in the blubber of the common bottlenose dolphin. Boy, imagine staying up all night writing that.
So they were dead dolphins, I guess, yeah?
No, I think they took samples from dolphins swimming in the Gulf of Mexico.
Okay.
I don't know that they're dead. I think they were just kind of they're studying these animals, and so they kind of periodically take samples of tissue samples.
Got it. Only 6 of them. I see 6 were found dead. So those they did more testing on. But yeah, you said that they all contained fentanyl.
It was present in 18 live dolphins in each of the deceased ones, yeah.
Maybe they are mules.
That's what I'm saying. Because, they're getting, as the drug economy shifts, as more and more places around the United States are legalizing marijuana, that's not getting moved so much anymore. It doesn't have to be. So they've switched to fentanyl, coke is still big, heroin, things like that. And maybe they're moving it with dolphins. Because they go, well, we're not sure how it ended up in their systems. Oh, really? You don't know or you don't want to know? Because, I don't know. And so, I think it's illegal. I think dolphin meat is illegal. Although there are places in the Caribbean that will very quietly, remember the movie Hostel?
Yes.
Yeah. Not humans, but there are places in the Caribbean that will very quietly, somebody's got a real hankering for dolphin. They'll be like, we'll find one for you. 40% of their pharmaceutical detections in Mississippi dolphins. I think they meant the Miami Dolphins. I think that's got to be a typo there. So, Texas and Florida and all these dolphins out there. Now, will the fentanyl make them, I wonder if it prohibits them from being smart. They go, oh, these are really, really smart. I wonder if the fentanyl really jams them up. Alan, maybe they're just some cool-ass dolphins. Does fentanyl make you cool? So, and people go, yeah, well, they found a Russian spy whale earlier in the year. And, I think that they're just, I think they're trying things out. Not everybody, what did Dr. Evil have? Was it dolphins or sharks with lasers on their heads? He wanted
sharks.
Sharks with lasers on their heads.
Freaking lasers.
There you go. Lasers on their heads. Well, now you've got fentanyl dolphins. And Cocaine Bear was one. We had produced a pilot for a show called Cocaine Cat here on this show, and it didn't get picked up.
Hey, golly, will you look at that? Get down here, everybody. It's a cocaine cat.
Every so often, this show dips its toe into scripted programming, and then we'll pitch it to the various streamers. And I'm disappointed to tell you we are 0-35 for all of our pitches. Nobody wanted Cocaine Cat.
You should definitely watch Cocaine Bear.
You saw it.
Yeah, it's exactly as stupid as you think it is.
That's what I'm hoping.
But it scratches every itch that you want it to scratch for that movie.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Elizabeth Banks directed it.
Yes.
It's got Kerry Russell in it, who I think her husband's in it. He's got a cameo at the beginning. Big fan of his, Matthew Reese. Yeah, I would like to see Cocaine Bear.
Yeah, it's beyond ridiculous. I don't remember who's streaming it, but yeah, I watched it a few months ago. It's great.
And it was a big hit, by the way. I don't think it was out for very long. It made like 3 times its budget. And Ray Liotta, it was one of the last movies Ray Liotta did, because I always forget that he's dead. And then I'm reminded when somebody goes, hey, he's dead. I go, right.
Easiest way to be reminded.
Yeah, it really was. I was like, oh, right. He only did 3 movies after Cocaine Bear, and I think the last 3 movies he did were released after his death. So Cocaine Bear was the last one to come up before he died. He was in that terrible Sopranos movie.
Oh.
Ouch.
Boy, was that bad, huh?
Oofa.
Oh, my God.
It's a real bummer, because it should have been great. I mean, David Chase wrote it.
And that's
how could it suck?
Because I think they tried to do what they did with The Sopranos, but in an hour and a half. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He had all the time in the world to tell the story of The Sopranos. That movie was just, oh my God, it was terrible. I wanted to love it too. I was so excited to see it.
Yeah.
It's on, Cocaine Bear's on Prime.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, I'll check it out there. But, yeah, I'd like to watch that. And anyway, the fentanyl in the dolphins, is it a problem up here in Northeast Ohio? Not as of yet. But just because it doesn't affect us directly doesn't mean that it's not a problem. Keep that in mind. I've got some sperm news here, too. Sperm news. We talked about this young lady a few weeks ago, a girl named Lily Phillips, who had posted some photos showing the aftermath of her big bang session. She like banged 500 dudes or something. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
We were showing photos. It was like this bedroom is destroyed and just the sheet is just, covered in stains, and it kind of looks staged. But she's a British girl. She's big on TikTok. And that was merely a precursor to her saying, what I've got coming up is I'm going to break a world record. I'm going to bang 1,000 guys in a day. Oh. And she's got open signups. I mean, if you follow her on social media, she's basically got an open casting call. The casting call is as wide open as she is. 1,000 men in 24 hours. That's like 1 every 4 minutes. She said, all you have to do is send a photo of your ID. So, for instance, if yours says Manifesto, you want to send that to her. You have to hold your ID to your face. Proof of life, right? And she has a website. And you send your... I can't imagine. I don't know what the screening process for this would be. 1,000 guys is a lot, but there's probably 10 times that many guys sending their photos. Supposedly, this is going to happen next month. And you're on the hook for your own transportation and lodging and condoms. So it's about 41 guys an hour.
Oh, my God.
So I guess that's not 4 minutes a dude. I think when she did it before, it came out to that. So 41 guys an hour. So you basically, the nature of these kinds of things is you got less than 2 minutes. And here's the problem is you're going to have some attrition because you're going to have, these are regular dudes. These aren't pros. It sounds great, but there's pressure to perform. So if let's say it's finally your turn and nothing's happening, you got to go all the way to the back of the line. And then you got to wait that whole way, and the anticipation. So,
couple of popsicle sticks.
Well, well, when you're like 10 away from her, you got to fluff. So less than 2 minutes to get it up, get it in, get it off, and then get the hell out.
So you're supposed to actually finish as well. It's not just doing. You have 2 minutes, so they're not going to like. Okay,
I
tag
think
you out.
Yeah, I think if you don't, I don't know that there's anything that says you got to finish.
So it's just that there's going to be 1,000 men.
1,000 men in. Yes. Ugh. Lily Phillips.
You imagine being number 1,000.
Yeah.
I mean, anything after 2 is probably enough.
Yeah, that aftermath was 100 men in one day. Everybody's like, oh my God. Well, anyway, so she's going for 1,000 in one day. And you'd be it's putting it kindly to say that you'd be very, very tired at the end of this. So, but, there's a website. There's Lily. And she's British. And she's ready to have a good time.
1,000
set the record.
Dudes.
Yeah.
Good Lord. There's got to be a ton of STD screenings.
But then what do you do? Well, you probably just got to wrap it all up. But then what do you do after that?
2,000.
Oh, God. Well, that's the trouble. You got to keep, if you're going to keep going down this road, you got to keep ratcheting it up. So she goes, I did 101 in 24 hours. Then I did 1,000 in 24 hours. For my next trick, I'm going to do 2,000 in 45 minutes. Now that's when you really start to impress me. This kind of stuff, okay, it can be done. I want to see some people really going through it. If you really want to impress me.
I got to be honest, part of me's kind of intrigued, though, with this whole 1,000 person. 1,000 people's a lot of freaking people, man.
It's 1,000.
I'm just saying, like, if you think of it like in a concert venue.
Yeah.
1,000 people is a lot of people.
Yep.
So all lined up, sans pants.
Naked.
Ready just to give them 2 minutes of hell.
Yeah. Hoping. You're hoping to.
Hoping. It must just be that you come in shifts.
Here we go.
Arrive in shifts.
But also, like, you're not going to impress anyone, and every guy in his brain goes, yeah, this is going to be a great 2 minutes. She doesn't care. She's lying there. She's got, like, the clicker when the guy gets you into the ballpark,
It's like a deli.
Yeah.
$7.94.
Yep.
Ding. $7.95.
Who had the roast beef?
Her.
I got a break. Hey, the Ohio RV Super Show. There are a lot of medium shows in the Midwest. This one's a super show. It's going to be over at the IX Center, and I'll have passes for you. This is the 8th through the 12th of January, so it's not far off. It's presented by Progressive. And if RVs and tent campers and fifth wheels and all that, boy, if that makes it move, I got a 4-pack of tickets for you after the break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a family getaway at the Grand Resort in Warren. Voted #1 best resort.
right, you want to go to the Ohio RV Super Show, presented by Progressive. I got 4 tickets for you. It's January 8th through the 12th at the IX Center. Explore hundreds of new 2025 RVs, from tent campers and travel trailers to fifth wheels and motorhomes, all of them under one roof there at the IX Center. OhioRVShow.com is their website. Strike out here. You can buy tickets there, get all the info on who's going to be there. But I have tickets for you all week. You'll grab the first 4-pack here for the Ohio RV Super Show. Good luck. Have fun. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Mend up your stocking hole, 'cause this lump ain't made of coal. I've got a boner for Christmas. Cranberry sauce, green beans, and muffins. You be the turkey and I'm the stuffing. I've got a boner for Christmas. Singing joy to the world.
I was really, really disappointed that this didn't make that list of the best Christmas songs of all time. They did this list of like the most popular Christmas songs of all time. Newsweek magazine, which I didn't even realize was still a thing. I used to get Newsweek back in the day when it was still like in print. I don't think it's in print anymore. The most popular Christmas song of all time is Bing Crosby's White Christmas. That's not the one he did with Bowie, is it?
No.
Was it
no,
Drummer Boy?
Yeah.
Right. So the White Christmas is from 1942. And it's hung on, I mean, it still gets played. They play this over on Magic with the Christmas stuff?
That's all you hear in the
is this one, the 1942? Yeah.
This and then Mariah. It's like on a loop.
I was going to say, so they're really spanning the generations between 1942 and 1992.
And then I think they play stuff from now to, I don't know, man. I put my headphones on and tune it out. Drives me bananas.
Noise canceling.
It really is. I have those things on my desk. I'm just like, done.
The title track of Bing Crosby's White Christmas musical, and then the U.S. Armed Forces really took a shine to it. And Silent Night, Mariah Carey's. So she really does have, one of the only contemporary Christmas songs. Obviously, Wham did Last Christmas.
I mean, to be at that level, yeah, she's probably the newest one, right?
Well, it was early 90s. Band-Aid was the 80s. That's the one I like. Everybody pisses on Band-Aids. Do they know it's Christmas? I don't know why I love that song. I turned my kid onto it. Now she wants to hear it.
It's a great song, but it's not very much of a Christmas song.
Well, this was when everybody was talking about Ethiopia.
Right.
So it's a real downer.
Well, tonight, thank God it's them instead of you.
Right.
Merry Christmas.
That's right. Thank you, Bono. But it was the British response to We Are the World, kind of, right? I mean, it was a Christmas song, but it was called Band-Aid, and it was all of the British pop stars of the time. I know Bono's Irish, but it's like Boy George is in there. George Michael is in there. And
that's him, right? That's Boy George right now?
This is George Michael. Boy George just sang. Yeah. And then a guy named, there's Simon Le Bon from Duran Duran. There was a guy named Paul Young back in the day who was a big deal. He's in there too. I don't know who played the drums on this, but that was what jumped out at me at the time, was whoever played the drums. They did a fantastic job. Oh, and there's Bono.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Thank God it's them instead of you.
Here it is.
Yeah. But this was Bob Geldof, right? This was him trying to raise money. Remember, didn't he do USA for Africa?
Yeah.
He wrote the song, and they were trying to raise money before the famine in Ethiopia.
There won't be snow in Africa this Christmas time.
Right. It was a huge song. There's a huge song.
Oh, it still is. I mean, it still gets a ton of play. It's a great song.
Yeah.
Without question. It's just, when you're playing it up against All I Want for Christmas Is You and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, it's a kick in the wiener.
Oh, it is Phil Collins on the drums. I was going to speculate Phil Collins because he does a lot of hi-hat tricks in there. But, yeah, so it was some people were front and center in this song. Other people relegated more to the chorus. The girls from Bananarama were in there, and guys from Kool and the Gang. And so not all Brits, but, here we go. Ah, Phil Collins, you magnificent son of a bitch. And then they had a B-side where some people left, like, spoken messages, right? Paul McCartney was on it. But it was most of the British pop stars of the day. It was guys from Duran Duran, and Sting is in it. I don't know if he does anything front and center.
Up until about 10 years ago, I didn't even know what they were saying here. I thought they were going, we go, whoa.
Feed no the idea. World.
Oh, yeah, now I know. Thank you. Hey, where were you 10 years ago?
We go, whoa.
Yeah, I had no idea.
That's what they were saying?
I don't know.
We go, whoa. Yeah.
No idea.
Wow. Go, whoa.
Clearly, the entire message was lost on me. And mind you, I worked for a Christmas station for a very long time.
Yeah.
We go, whoa.
There was a parody song about 20 years later called Do They Know It's Halloween? And then the BBC had disseminated some misinformation about the time, saying that the money that this song raised had been used to pay for weapons against other sub-Saharan African countries or something. But I like that song a lot. I don't know why that one stuck in my craw, but it really did. I like that one. But, so the Bing Crosby one, they determined was the most popular Christmas song of all time, along with Rudolph, the Gene Autry version, and Band-Aid's song right there where they say, we go, whoa. See, now I'm going to be, you got me with
Another
the effing pie. You got everybody now who listens to this show is singing the effing pie.
Vagina.
Except nobody's upset about the effing pie. The Brenda Lee and the...
Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling.
Nobody's mad about that.
Came up numerous times at the Cox Out event yesterday, too.
Yes, I get...
Thanks a lot, Rob.
I get daily attaboys from people. They go, please tell Rob. My wife is very upset, but I am very happy. My wife has still not forgiven me. Father Christmas and the Kinks and No Presents for Christmas by King Diamond. Yes, those are great picks, too. There's all kinds of kind of offside Christmas versions. Somebody did a ska version of Father Christmas, which is normally words that I would want to vomit back into my stomach, but it's actually not that bad. Father Christmas, if nothing else, it's a candid song, you know. Yeah, I don't care for that as much as on paper it sounded like it might be all right.
Santa and His Old Lady's still one of my favorites.
Cheech and Chong.
Yes, sir. Mamacita, ¿dónde está Santa Claus? The vato with the hairy jaws.
Oh, God, I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah, man. I love
Santa
it.
Claus and His Old Lady.
I play it every year on the station.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's kind of the Alice's Restaurant of...
Then he's going to...
No, that's not it.
Mamacita, ¿dónde está Santa Claus? The guy with the hair on his jaws. Hey, man, come over here, man. I need some help, man.
Yeah, man, I can dig that.
Isn't it funny how big those guys were?
Huge. And
Just
for that.
and for that.
Right?
Dave's not here. I mean, it is very generational. I don't know any kids getting into Cheech and Chong, right? Nope, people didn't stop smoking pot. You're in high school and college, kids did not stop smoking pot. But I don't think Cheech and Chong has kept up with like my son. I mean, he's 24 now, but like high school and college, he wasn't like, oh, Dad, you ever heard Cheech and Chong? Like that's not.
But did he know like Up in Smoke or Still Smoke, like those movies?
No. I don't think those have translated across generations. I don't think so.
I loved those movies.
I think they're kind of stuck in amber for Gen X.
I guarantee
and
some of them
boomers.
just disappeared. Like, remember the Corsican brothers? Like, I guarantee you that one just is gone, right? Like, nobody watches that anymore. But I bet you Up in Smoke is still played somewhere.
Yeah, maybe. I like those guys a lot. I mean, they've been on the show over the years, and I like Tommy Chong. I still have my free Tommy Chong T-shirt. He was incarcerated there in Pittsburgh for selling bongs 20 years ago. Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Bill, what's going on?
Hey, Alan. Phil Collins played drums for Band Aid.
Thank you, Bill.
No problem. And by the way, how about Hearing Aid? They did a Christmas song.
Oh, God. The heavy metal guys. Yeah, Dio and all that. Here, apostrophe, N aid. Yeah. Hear
Right.
and aid. Right.
And Spinal Tap showed up.
Spinal Tap. Right. Christmas with the Devil. We're going to play it on 2 hours to midnight this Saturday. A little Spinal Tap.
Outstanding. I can't wait.
All right. Thank you, Bill.
Bye, guys.
All right. Bye. Hey, Scott.
Yes, Alan, Rob.
Rob, you remember Scott out in Wakeman, don't you?
Sure do.
Excuse me?
What's that, Scott? I didn't hear you. You cut out.
Well, I was listening to your World of Christmas, Ethiopia Baghdad. But Michael Jackson, we were in L.A. with my sister. She was at college, arts and photography, Irvine. We were there 2 weeks. They were selling Michael Jackson gloves, one glitter red sparkle for $25. That's $50 a pair. Alan Cox T-shirts don't go
Scott,
for $19.99.
Well, they don't exist, but why were you buying them in pairs, Scott? The whole...
Oh, I wasn't buying them.
well, I was going to say...
They were just selling them on the Boulevard of Stars.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody was
my
buying
phone-
pairs of Michael Jackson gloves. That was the whole point, was one.
My phone is tapped. I've called 6-5. This is my sixth call today since 2:01. And Connor there says he hasn't heard from me.
Oh, you're still being
I started
tapped.
sending pictures.
Have we got any clarity? Are you being tapped?
Well, I can hear you, but I've called several people today, and you're the only ones I got to slow down. I cannot. What's Bubbles? Bubbles, I got everything. Android.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't save a screenshot. Taking screenshot again. Attention settings. My phone is flashing. I'm going to go. I'm going to call FBI, CSI Miami. Hello?
Yes, I still hear you.
Okay, Mary, put the Christ in Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Good day.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he got taken for a ride.
Being tapped.
Sounds like my wish for him from the last call has not come true yet. Poor bastard.
Alan, devotion to accuracy, Band-Aid predates We Are the World. How about that?
Really?
I didn't know that.
We Are the World, that had to be what, like 84, right?
Band-Aid was 84. We Are the World, March of 85.
Oh.
I mean, that's when they were released. But wow, okay, well done. Well, good.
Huh. Yeah, I would have always gone that We Are the World is older. Always.
Me too. Always because Quincy Jones was so cutting edge. Alan, I used to love that Band-Aid song, and Rob just ruined it for me.
We go, whoa.
Did he really ruin it for you, or did he perhaps negatively enhance it? Let's put it that way, right? Still enhanced, but...
Yeah, 3 for 3 this year on Christmas songs, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I'll throw out some... Friday's our last live show of 2024, so I'll throw in some weirdo stuff. David Alan Grier is going to be on the show, by the way. I'm a big fan of his. He is on a new show. Of course, you go all the way back to In Living Color with him, but he's a Yale drama school grad, and he kind of fell into comedy. And he's very adept at that, but he's a serious actor, too. But he's on a new show called St. Dennis Medical that's really funny. The guy that used to work on The Office and wrote Superstore. And so David Alan Grier is going to be on the show Thursday. I think our buddy Greg Fitzsimmons is going to be here on Friday because he's doing the Weekend at Hilarities. And I always love catching up with him. So in addition to these surveys of great, great Christmas songs, somebody pointed out somebody was talking about the most dangerous Christmas song. I can't imagine there would ever be a Christmas song to be considered dangerous. But, there are people who talk about, based on the BPM of songs, the beats per minute, when you're driving, it could get you kind of subliminally worked up. And they said that the most dangerous Christmas song, Frosty the Snowman. Now, again, I would have never guessed that this was 172 beats per minute, but okay. I don't want to hear Frosty the Snowman. It's why I didn't sing along the other night at my daughter's concert at Michigan State.
Yeah, that's why.
I didn't come to perform.
Too many beats per minute for you.
No, there's no such thing for this guy as too many beats per minute.
Which version?
Huh?
Which version is the one they're saying?
The Gene Autry one.
Really?
Well, Gene Autry first did it, and then Jimmy Durante.
Frosty the Snowman.
Yeah, that one. Mariah Carey is 150 beats per minute. See, I like Feliz Navidad. I like that Jose Feliciano, Feliz Navidad. There's a couple, when we're in the kitchen and they're piping the Christmas music through over there on Magic, 90% of it, it's not for me. But if I hear a Feliz Navidad from Jose Feliciano, come on. It doesn't get better than that.
It is, as the kids say, a bop. I love that song.
It slaps.
It slaps.
I'll go ahead and say it. It slaps.
He also have Jose Feliciano also has a wonderful version of "Light My Fire" from The Doors, which makes me laugh more than most things.
Light my fire, light my fire, light my fire. I remember him doing that on like Carson or something. Light my fire. I mean, the poor guy was getting hate mail when he did when the guy did "God Bless America" or did the Star Spangled Banner or something. Oh God, yeah.
But Feliz Navidad, man, that is a jam.
It's really good. So anyway, it probably is might give you a chuckle to consider that there might even be dangerous Christmas songs. But, if they're talking of a criteria being, well, some of these might get you worked up while you're driving. I have to think most people have been driving and heard one of these songs getting played on the radio and have not driven full on into a snowbank. So you're probably going to be just fine.
Are you familiar with Dominic the Italian Christmas Donkey?
I wasn't until a few years ago when everybody in the audience was blowing me up about it.
Okay.
So then I was, but I thought that, I had not been privy to that information.
That was massive in my house growing up. My grandfather would play that.
Well, that's like an Italian family thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when I was, I used to play it on the air all the time. And then, who knows, man? The thing got legs.
Lou Monte.
Lou Monte. Give you every word of this one. I don't mess this one up.
Lou Monte was another alias that the shooter there in New York was using.
He's got a little friend, his name is Dominic.
Manifesto and Lou Monte.
Little donkey, you never see him kick. When Santa visits his paisans with Dominic, he'll be. Because the reindeer cannot climb the hills of Italy. Hey!
Okay, so when you were a little Italian kid in Rhode Island, this was getting blaring through the house.
Blaring.
And you loved it or you had to be sold on it?
Oh, I loved it.
Okay.
From the second I heard it. Yeah. He has like a whole Christmas album that we would play. Christmas in Our House was the one my mom would, when she was making her cookies, she'd play on repeat. It's a silly, Christmas song. But yeah, man, those were huge in my house growing up. Huge.
So Lou Monte, big Italian-American singer, he thought, hey, the sons and daughters of Italy, they're not going to get down with reindeer. I need to give them another animal.
Little Christmas ass for you. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
When Santa visits his paisans with Dominic, he'll be because the reindeer cannot climb the hills of Italy, Alan.
Yeah, so everybody melted in your house, didn't they? They were like, yeah, sang along. They said, we go, whoa.
That's
for Dominic the donkey. Donkey.
Never messed up the words to that one. But
I love it. Yeah, but the reindeer fly. They don't. It's fundamentally flawed. They don't have to climb the hills of Italy. The reindeer fly.
Shut up, Alan. They climb the hills in Italy, okay?
Yeah.
They fly everywhere else. They can't climb the hills there, so they call in Dominic, period.
Understood. Wow. Well, yeah, when it's ingrained into a culture like that, too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go, Dominic the Donkey. Yeah, no, it's from 1960. I was not hip to it at all until a few years ago. And we were talking about this very thing, and listeners were like, oh, Dominic the Donkey.
It's so silly, but it's, yeah, man.
I thought they were calling me a name at first. I'm like, well, it's presents made in Brooklyn. So it's like an Italian Mad Libs.
Yeah, I mean,
and then he brings the ziti.
Yeah, don't you dare compare Lou Monte to Jimmy Buffett. I swear to Christ, I'll go across this table at you.
No, not that. But in 2023, the song was covered by the Philly Specials, a vocal trio composed of Lane Johnson, Jason Kelsey, 3 guys from the Eagles. Okay. And then Travis Kelsey got in there too. So they did Dominic the Donkey. But they changed it to South Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't
need any help.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, it's perfect the way it is, right?
Perfect.
If it ain't broke.
You should get yourself a copy of Lou Monte's Christmas album.
All right.
It's fantastic.
All right.
I'll get you a copy.
I know Del Monte. I don't know Lou Monte. Tinned peaches and heavy syrup. I got Disturbed tickets for you. WMMS presenting Disturbed. It's the 25th anniversary tour for The Sickness. And they are doing the Romo Fijo next March, the very last day of the month. It's a Monday night. We're doing a meet and greet, too, so go to WMMS.com to register on that, and I will have tickets for you coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Waffle Doodle, Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Mostly cloudy tonight, down to 39. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, late afternoon rain. Tuesday's high 48. Snow showers Wednesday with a high of 34, and Wednesday night temperatures down to the teens.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
Boiler broke.
Let's call sales. Let's call sales. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
It's the season of new traditions sales event at Kia of Streetsboro. Right now, get up to $5K over Kelly Blue Book for your trade. Use that money to lower these already great deals, like a 2025 Kia K4 LXS front-wheel drive, lease for only $119 per month. A 2025 Kia K5 LXS, lease for only $209 per month. We're also blowing out remaining 2024s. Get a 2024 Kia Sportage LX front-wheel drive, lease for $209 per month, or a 2024 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive lease for just $299 per month. It's the season of new traditions sales event at Kia of Streetsboro. Get here today and make those holidays even better. 5K over KBB and rates as low as 0% at Kia of Streetsboro. Shop all our inventory 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Residency restrictions may apply. See dealer for additional details. Expires 1/2/25.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey guys, it's Stansbury. If you're thinking about some TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, do what I did. Reach out to Affinity Whole Health. They have local clinics with a dedicated patient care coordinator. Makes you feel like a pro athlete with your own team. If you're thinking TRT, do what I did. Find out more at feelgreatcleveland.com.
sponsored by Allstate. Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Had enough of this country? Ever dreamt about starting your own?
I planted the flag. This is mine. I own this.
It's surprisingly easy.
55 gallons of water, 500 pounds of concrete.
Or maybe not.
No country willingly gives up their territory.
Oh my God.
What is that?
Bullets.
Listen to Escape from Zakistan on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Escape from ZAQ-istan to start listening.
Time to get stuff away. Get stuff away.
All right, let's put you at that Disturbed show. It is next spring. WMMS presents Disturbed on the Sickness 25th anniversary tour. They have a rotating cast of opening bands here in Cleveland. We're going to get Daughtry and Nothing More at the Romo Fijo, Monday, March 31st. We are going to do a meet and greet with Disturbed. We'd love for you to be a part of that. So go to WMMS.com. Get your name in there. This pair of tickets right now for caller 10. MMS presents Disturbed in March. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
A sore tooth in the mouth of broadcasting. Oh, The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Well, looks like it's time to put on our glad rags again. Although this whole thing sounds like a bunch of hokum and flim-flam to me. Say, newsboy, which way to the closest speakeasy? Have an oldie-timey Christmas like the times of yesteryear. When money was clams and legs were gams, have the barmaid grab a beer. Have an oldie-timey Christmas, getting dizzy with a dame. If she spouts off wise, box her in the eyes, let the gimlet take the blame. Oh, oh, the racism and the women couldn't vote. Don't be a sourpuss, you palooka that gets my goat. Have an oldie-timey Christmas, wax your mustache and put up your dukes. I'll treat you to a little chin music, let's go on a toot. Don't blow your happy dough on a floozy with busted chops. Slip her a Mickey or two and give her the old wet sock. Have an oldie-timey Christmas, grab a stiff 2 fingers of cheer. Oh, by golly, have an oldie-timey Christmas this year. At the risk of tooting the wrong ringer, I'm going to head off and find myself a reefer. Say, Chinaman, which way to the opium den? Did I hear the melody when I was singing? I mean, did I hear the... Wow. Anywho.
Wait a minute, that's you?
Yeah, that's me. It's funny. People were like, they did an update. They did like a 30th anniversary of Band-Aid, of Do They Know It's Christmas? And the only reason that I think I was paying attention to that is because a couple, like Ed Sheeran had been asked to be part of it. And I think that he was. Well, they redid it about 10 years ago when he was relatively new, and he did it then. And now he's like, I regret doing it. I wish it wasn't. And him and a couple of other artists are like, they think the song is problematic, is what they said. Because they think that it stereotypes Africa as being poor and helpless. I'm like, well, the song, this was during the Ethiopian famine in the 80s, right? It was a very real problem. I mean, there were countries around the world that were trying to mitigate what was going on there. But there's a lot of people, I guess, who are like, well, I mean, people who live in Africa who are like, yeah, I get people who are trying to help, but we're not always poor and suffering. And and then other people are like, I don't care. No good deed, man. So, yeah, Ed Sheeran this year was like, I'm bummed that my voice is still in it. But, I mean, your intentions were good. So, Alan, Rob can no longer talk shrimp about Parrot Head music after Dominic the Donkey.
Oh, I can.
I don't see the connection. Apples and oranges to me. But since you mentioned it, I mean, Melikaliki is the Bing Crosby one is
That's
pretty
the good
good
one.
too.
That's the version to play.
I think this is the Bing Crosby one. Isn't
No.
It?
You knew what you were doing.
That's not Bing Crosby?
Christmas I'm on the beach and then I decided. There you go. Fine.
This is the one?
Yeah.
I like the Chris Isaac version. He sounds drunk. I know Bing was a lot.
Probably was.
Yeah.
When he wasn't kicking the crap out of his children, he was slamming back Gilmets.
Yeah.
Where palm trees sway.
Oh, boy. What a time to be a crooner, right? You don't have to do any heavy lifting. The world is your oyster. You just sing these songs that somebody else wrote. You know, Sinatra, all these other guys. They're just handing him sheets with lyrics. Hey, we wrote a song for you. All right, I'll sing it. I'll take most of the money. And I'll go have a good time. I'll live my life. What a life. Now you got people busting their ass trying to write songs, record them. They get 2 cents per spin on streaming. I refuse to post my Spotify Wrapped, by the way.
Well, you said you had other influences in yours, right?
Well, I think that once I switched to like the family plan, my son's doing his own thing now. Because mine this year is all my music.
Okay. Mine is loaded with everything that my kids listen
Yeah.
to. I didn't post it for that same reason.
Yeah, that's the way that it's been in the past. But mine is all mine now.
It's like, I don't listen to Frank Ocean.
You should.
I know I should.
He's a talented young man.
But I don't. That's how I knew it wasn't me.
Yeah. Yeah, but last year when my top artist was like Kendrick Lamar, Drake or something, I'm like, those guys are good. I'm not listening to them all the time.
Right.
Guns N' Roses has announced that they will launch a 2025 tour. They teased, they put a video on social media if you follow them, called Because What You Want and What You Get Are Two Completely Different Things. Last show they did was about a year ago in Mexico. And they said that they are confirming that they'll go out in 20. Boy, what a 180 these guys have done. I mean, time can heal all wounds and there's money to be made, so I understand. But, I mean, these guys were the gold standard of a band that is never, ever getting back together. To coin a phrase from Ms. Swift. These guys are like, we hate each other's guts. They're never going to. And there was always money on the table, by the way. Always money on the table. So I'm curious what it was. Because Axl was fat for a while, but then he got it together. You know, he came back and he was fat. And that makes it very difficult. That affects your stamina as a performer. You know, except for Meatloaf. I think that guy he's dead now, of course. But I think he ran around for a bit until his heart exploded. But it's like if you're going to be out there running around and singing, right? Vince Neil's not singing. You think that these guys would go, if I'm going to go out there, I'm going to take a year or at least, 9 months, and I'm going to just get myself into unbelievable shape. Look at Phil Collin from Def Leppard.
Mm-hmm.
Say what you want about veganism, pros and cons. But he's been a vegan for a long, long time. And if you're a Def Leppard fan, the guy hasn't worn a shirt in 40 years. Because I wouldn't either if I look like him. He's shredded. Like legit shredded. Not like old guy shredded. Legit shredded. Like 8% body fat, that kind of thing. And, yeah. The guy's 67 years old.
I think they just rely on the fact that the crowds sing every word anyway. You know what I mean? Like, that's what Vince Neil relies on. He just holds the mic into the crowd and lets everybody sing, Too Late for Love. That's not them.
I know what you mean, though. Kickstart My Heart
Kickstart
or
My
whatever.
Heart.
Yeah.
There was another one. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
But Vince Neil, I mean, some of my favorite memes online are when they put captions under Vince Neil and he's singing like every eighth syllable. How the man say, you know.
It's the same with Axl, you know.
Is it?
Oh yeah. Axl. I mean, he tries, you know, but they're smart. They put the female backup singers in there. You know what I mean? So it's kind of covering stuff that he can't do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you definitely don't want to listen to the isolated vocal tracks of these guys.
Yeah, okay. Let me find you that Kickstart. It's called Kickstart My Heart Horrible is what it's called. High on speed. Chub a bee.
It's so bad.
Kick my footy car, chub a bee.
What out?
The backup singers are doing a lot of work there, boy. I mean, what is the point at that point?
Money, man.
Right, but
Money,
everybody
money,
walks away going, oh my God. You might get everybody there once, but they ain't coming back.
But they do. That's the thing.
They do?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, they wouldn't still be on the road if they didn't.
I mean, I liked Motley Crue back in the day too, but come on. These guys are not, they were never like an amazing band. They were fun. They were legendary for their antics. They were never a great band.
Yeah, I think the story, right, the lore of Motley Crue is definitely what played into the massive fandom.
Well, which is cool when you were like 18. I mean, I remember getting Shout at the Devil on cassette when I joined Columbia House. I was 12. It couldn't have been cooler that Too Late for Love was or Too Fast for Love was the first one.
Too Fast for Love.
Too Fast for Love. That was what you were thinking.
Yes, it is.
But the big major label one was Shout at the Devil, and they had the makeup, but it was all very faux satanic, right? The lyrics were, the imagery was, whatever. So parents were just going crazy. Well, they dumped that pretty fast. But the early ones, you were like, yeah, it's great. But, you know, if you're 50 and you're like, oh, I like Motley Crue, and you go see them, like, nostalgia can only do so much heavy lifting until you go, because Def Leppard, those guys are still legit. Like, he can sing. They put on a good show. Because they've been doing those last time they did Brown Stadium, right? It was or Progressive Field, I think, this past time.
Yeah, they were just here with Journey.
Yeah.
They were great. Cheap Trick opened.
There you go. But I think a couple years ago or last year or whatever, it was Def Leppard and Motley Crue. And
yeah, I think as long as they'll put asses in the seats, they'll go mumble through songs. I mean, why not?
Man.
Right? I mean, if Axl, again, I mean,
it seems strangely disrespectful to me, to the audience.
I don't
You're like,
disagree
we
with
know you suckers will pay to see us. We don't know why, but there you are. And the tickets ain't cheap, and the beers are $20 a pop, and you got to pay to park. I don't know, man.
Well, and it's what they're saying now about Poison. They're talking about getting back out because it's the 40th anniversary of Look What the Cat Dragged In next year. So they're talking about going back out. I mean, he takes okay care of himself, right? But
Brett Michaels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rest of the guys in the band want nothing to do with it. So it's all going to be a money play.
I thought they went out. I thought they were on this whole stadium thing a couple years ago.
Now this is a whole new thing. They don't want to do it. I forget who it was. Which one of the dudes was like, yeah, we're not. Ricky Rocket maybe.
Okay.
Was like, yeah, no, we're not doing this. Because Brett announced they were going to go out.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the guys were like, yeah, no, we're not doing that.
Wow.
So I don't know exactly what the deal is, but I know that they, like you said before, it's all about if people are going to show up, right? Why not? People go do it.
Yeah,
Put the money in the bank.
Well, and to be fair, it is like a package tour. You know, it's not just Motley Crue. You put 4 or 5 of those kinds of bands, you throw Joan Jett on in front, and you can have a good time.
Yeah.
But when you get to the point where they're like, most of the videos of you singing are people goofing on how you're not singing, I don't know.
I think they just don't
care.
care.
They must not.
Right? I mean, he's
getting the last laugh doing that show with Ace Frehley.
Yeah, I know. You saw that video of him when he falls too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that was one of my favorites. Just a mic on, hits the deck.
Yeah. Listen, I don't want anybody getting hurt. But.
Well, he didn't get hurt. He got up and kept going. His pride, I'm sure, was a little damaged.
He landed on his tummy.
Like
a built-in airbag. Is this Scott again? Oh, God.
Hello?
Scott?
Yes?
You know, for a guy whose phone is being tapped, he's sure playing fast and loose with who he calls.
Bubbles. I remembered when I called earlier at 3:33.
Yeah.
My phone lit up like a Christmas tree on Christmas Day. Bubbles was Michael Jackson's monkey.
Right. I could have told you that, Scott. I didn't know that was the sticking
Well,
point.
you didn't say that on the air, and Pete Davidson makes $3,000 an episode? What? Well, that's okay, because he makes millions making movies.
He doesn't. Scott, were you listening to Madonna back there?
Yep, like a virgin. This is my, I can't say first time on the radio, but I've called you about a dozen times.
Okay.
It was Open Your Heart a few minutes ago.
Well, yeah, Open Your Heart is on True Blue. You're not listening to Like a Virgin.
Open your heart to me.
A Trop Rock, 102, I won't mention. One of your sister stations. How's that?
I don't have a sister station, Scott. Okay, cool. Bubbles, got it.
My phone is good. CSI Kane fixed the trouble. Him and his crony.
Yeah, they came and fixed it. Okay, cool. Thank you, Scott.
Accident.
There's Scott and Wakeman.
It's not an accident at all.
Ooh. Diminishing returns with Scott is the phrase that comes to mind.
Bubbles.
Yes.
Pete Davidson.
Chris Martin. You know who Chris Martin is.
Coldplay.
Since everyone is in the holiday spirit. Everybody's trying to get a piece of Dick Van Dyke before he Dick Van Croaks. He's 98 years old. He will be 99 years old this Friday, the 13th. And he's in a new Coldplay video with Chris Martin. Everybody wants to pay tribute. It's got to be weird for Dick Van Dyke because I think he's got a real young wife too. Every day he wakes up and he goes, I can't believe I'm awake again. But he's couldn't be more grateful for his life and his career and whatever. And he looks every bit of those 98 years, but he's still doing what he loves to do. And he has done this Chris Martin video or something, and just kind of, I don't know if it's a song or if it's like a little mini documentary. You know, Dick Van Dyke is still a song and dance man, likes to get out there and show people how he can hoof it. But I guess he did a thing with Chris Martin.
We've been through high, every corner of the sky. All my love.
Love.
No, love.
Love. I can hear it. You got all my love. Is that it?
Well, it's in the right city. You got all.
I mean, he's still lucid, right? I mean, there he is. He can still dance and he can still move around, and yeah, so he's old, but I mean, he can still do a little soft shoe. I don't know what the Chris Martin connection is. I mean, other than maybe he's just really enjoys Dick Van Dyke still being around.
It just feels so opportunistic, doesn't it? Like, we're
I
going
just
to do
don't know. Yeah, there's a part of that. Yeah, but I mean, listen, but if you're Dick Van Dyke, he's like, I'm happy to do anything.
Oh, I don't mean from his part. I mean Chris Martin.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, but I can't imagine Dick Van Dyke cares.
It's like everybody with Betty White.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, like, we're just putting her everywhere because she was 99 and beloved.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing.
But
Just
imagine,
feels weird.
I mean, I can't imagine anything better than your whole life was in showbiz. You think about these people that got going when they were kids, and yeah, there's ebbs and flows, and obviously the stories of child actors that went south. I mean, there's a lot of those. But these people that like are almost 100 and their entire, you know, I've been in showbiz for 80 years. What could be better than that? Just being silly and telling stories, and oh my God, it would be depressing to look at the really young pictures of yourself. But and it would be depressing to go back and watch that terrible accent in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. But, I mean, the guy's been in showbiz for 80 years.
Pretty awesome.
Wow.
Chimney, Chim Charoo.
Chim-charoo. Yeah.
And maybe the best name in entertainment as well.
Dick Van Dyke.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was the old Mary Tyler Moore bit on Carson, right? Mary Tyler Moore, who, of course, was famously Laura Petrie there on the Dick Van Dyke Show, she famously went on Carson and was talking about her dear friend Dick Van Dyke and about that was his stage name, and that his real name was Penis Van Lesbian. And at the time, that was just, oh, my goodness, just shock to the audience. I mean, it's low-hanging fruit. It's right there, but to come out of the mouth of America's sweetheart like that, people couldn't believe it. They were agog, if you will. I've got to take a break. Hey, Cavs tickets in a bit. Want to go see the Cavs? They're going to be taking on the Sixers on the 21st, a week from this Saturday, the Romo Fijo. So we'll set you up with those shortly. Want to text for something, do that 35192. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app if you're listening there. And you can watch live if you want to. Find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a family getaway at the Grand Resort in Warren. Voted #1 best resort in Ohio by U.S. News & World Report in 2024. Win a 2-night weekend stay for a family of 4 with a $500 resort credit towards dining, spa, golf, and activities. The Grand Resort has something for everyone in the family all year long. Check out everything the Grand Resort has to offer and book your getaway today at thegrandresort.com. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
A connection built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum.
It's Just Lunch presents a holiday dating fantasy.
I'll be yours for the holidays if you'll just ask me in.
Like that's gonna happen. Call the dating experts at It's Just Lunch. They get to know you personally and match you with a great date for lunch or drinks after work. Happy holidays from It's Just Lunch. Real people, real dates.
Visit itsjustlunchcleveland.com today. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits with guaranteed dates.
The PayPal app has amazingly low prices for holiday shopping. Get cashback offers in the app, and when you use the PayPal debit card, PayPal stacks 5% more in the monthly category of your choosing on up to $1,000 in purchases. Don't just pay, PayPal.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
'Tis the season to drive in style at Volkswagen of Streetsboro. This holiday, unwrap incredible deals on our entire lineup of vehicles, including the Volkswagen Jetta and the versatile Volkswagen Tiguan. Bring your trade to Volkswagen of Streetsboro and get up to $5,000 over Kelley Blue Book toward any new Volkswagen in stock. This holiday, it's time to spread that cheer and upgrade your vehicle at VW of Streetsboro. Santa's also bringing you interest rates as low as 0.9%. Volkswagen of Streetsboro wants to move inventory to make way for 2025. So now is the time. Bring in your trade to get up to $5,000 over KBB toward any new Volkswagen in stock. Hurry, because inventory's going fast. So bring your trade to Volkswagen of Streetsboro today. Make this holiday one to remember at VWofStreetsboro.com. See dealer for details or call him at 330-342-7000.
Attention all football fans. Old Spice Swagger Deodorant 4-pack is back at Costco. Get ready to unleash the greatest smell in the NFL. Old Spice Swagger is the ultimate 24/7 odor protection for all the football fanatics out there when used daily. But here's the catch, folks. This limited time offer won't last forever, so head to Costco and grab your 4-pack of Swagger Deodorant. Don't let those game-winning moments be overshadowed by unwanted odors. Get your Old Spice Swagger Deodorant now.
The PayPal app has amazingly low prices for holiday shopping. Get cashback offers in the app, and when you use the PayPal debit card, PayPal stacks 5% more in the monthly category of your choosing on up to $1,000 in purchases. Don't just pay, PayPal.
This is your Monday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Hi, this is Bill Krakenberger from Fox Sports Radio's Countdown to Kickoff, presented to you by BetMGM. Tonight we have the Bengals on the road in Dallas, giving 5.5 points to the Cowboys. Wow, does this look different than everyone thought at the beginning of the season? Both of these teams were expected to be playoff teams with a chance to win it all. Now sit on the outside looking in. Bengal games have been fun to watch, but their defense just haven't been able to stop anybody. On the other side, Cooper Rush hasn't looked bad for the Cowboys after replacing Dak, but hasn't done enough to make them look like a playoff contender. They're going to have to run out the rest of their games to have a shot to get in the playoffs. Good luck tonight. Enjoy the game.
New BetMGM customers can download the app today using code MINUTE to receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if they don't win their first bet. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With its new look and taste, Dasani is always crisp, clean, and refreshing. So, when thirst calls, answer with the new refreshed taste of Dasani water, now without salt. Learn more at Dasani.com.
Hey guys, it's Alan for Window Nation. There's nothing worse than cranking your heat in the winter and you barely feel it. Because you need brand new windows from Window Nation. Anything along the lines of condensation or drafts, no good. Right now they're doing their end-of-year sale, 50% off every style with an extra 10% off. Plus no interest for 6 years. Lots of money in your pocket, brand new windows in your home. But it all ends December 31st. So call 866-9D-NATION, say Alan Cox told me all about it, or go to windownation.com.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. This weekend only, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait, this is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
iHeartRadio is your #1 app for the holidays. Just open the app and search Holiday and start listening to Magic 105.7, plus all kinds of other holiday stations, playlists, and podcasts. iHeartRadio, free, never sounded so good.
Shop limited time deals on last minute gifts now at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Werner 6-foot aluminum stepladder. Was $89, now just $39. Plus, get your choice of select Craftsman V20 tools for only $39. And save time and money with free shipping on orders of $45 or more. Because Lowe's knows deals. Offers valid 12/5 through 12/11. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii.
Hey, Mackenzie here. The Season of New Traditions sales event is going on now at Ken Ganley Kia. Save thousands on new 2024 and 2025 Kias. Buy a Kia with 0 down, 0% financing, or 0 payments till spring. Drive a 2025 Kia Seltos, K4, or Sportage. $179 lease per month. 24 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. K4, $3622 due at signing. Seltos and Sportage, $3970 due at signing. Drive a new 2025 Kia for just $179 a month. That's less than $6 a day. At Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at kenganleykia.com. I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer, 0 APR, 48 months, $20.83 per month for $1,000 financed on 24 Sorrento, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF. Expires 1/2/25.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, Elk and Elk has won over $1 billion for their injured clients. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Wet roads, watch for ponding and some poor visibility where the rain showers persist. Slowing traffic on 480 east and west between Lee Road and 422. Jennings Freeway, Harvard-Denison to 71. An accident reported in Hudson on Route 8 South before the Turnpike. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus. Lose your key, don't get stuck without a spare. At Batteries Plus, you can get a key fob for up to 50% less than what a dealership would charge. Keys cut, key fobs programmed, and batteries replaced on the spot. Avoid a car key catastrophe. Get a spare key today at Batteries Plus.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Subs Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
If you're having girl problems, I feel bad for your son. I got 99 problems and a bitch ain't one. Tip my hat to the sun in the west. Feel the beat right in my chest. At the crossroads a second time. Make the devil change his mind. It's a pound of flesh, but it's really a ton. 99 problems and a bitch ain't one. If you haven't got problems, I feel bad for your son. I got
Emphasis on the girl.
and a bitch ain't one.
Everybody's making the same joke today that now Jay-Z has 100 problems because he's caught up in this Diddy thing now.
This morning, disturbing new claims against music icon Jay-Z. A civil lawsuit detailing sexual assault, originally brought against his longtime friend Sean Diddy Combs, now adding new allegations against the rapper whose real name is Sean Carter, claims both men deny. The anonymous woman, who was 13 at the time, described in the lawsuit as being drugged and raped at an MTV VMAs after party she says Combs hosted in 2000. According to the suit, she recalls accepting a drink from a waitress that made her feel woozy and lightheaded before she says she was raped by Jay-Z and then Combs in a bedroom as an unnamed female celebrity watched.
I wonder who the unnamed female celebrity is. So Jay-Z, he said that the allegations are idiotic, but released a lengthy statement saying that he had nothing to do with it. This was originally filed in October, and it was refiled this past weekend to include Jay-Z. The allegation that this girl was put into a Sean sandwich. So, yeah, the concentric circles, I'm surprised it's taken this long. Again, it's all alleged. I mean, it all might be made up, but the concentric circles of this Diddy thing, I'm kind of surprised that they haven't gotten wider before now. I don't know what that one domino is going to be where a whole bunch of people's names
this could be it
coming out.
This could be it. I mean, the court of public opinion is the worst part, right? Like, everybody's already got, I mean, Diddy, obviously, we know what's going on, but now they start releasing names like Jay-Z. I mean, you know how this goes, man.
Jay-Z is a very, very, very wealthy man. So all he's got to do is keep his head down and pay the lawyers. And I don't know that, I don't know. Who knows what happens here? But also, if you're 13, I would think any drink might make you feel lightheaded. Again, nobody knows anything about the girl. I mean, obviously, she's listed as a Jane Doe because she was a minor. She'd be almost 40 now, right? Is that the math on that?
13
yeah, she was 13 in 2000,
Yep.
yeah. She said that she was able to resist being forced to go down on Diddy by hitting him in the neck, and that he stopped. She grabbed her clothes, made her way to a gas station where she called her father. So it's all awful. I mean, you know, the year 2000, and I know when you're rich and you're famous, all bets are off. But in the year 2000, it wasn't 1974 anymore. You know, all these stories are legendary about Steven Tyler and 14-year-olds and, you know, Ted Nugent and whatever. In the year 2000, you think there would have been people trying to be maybe a little bit more diligent in those situations. Hey, you wouldn't be 13, would you? So now Jay-Z is in the headlines for the Diddy stuff.
It's a bad place to be, man. That's just a name you do not want to be associated with.
No, it's just kryptonite at this point. I mean, it's, you know, I don't know. Alan, if you and Rob get home fast enough, you can see Bo Derek nude in Tarzan the Ape Man on Turner Classic Movies.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, they rerun those, by the way, throughout the day. So, yeah, Tarzan the Ape Man. I remember, we've had conversations repeatedly about movies when we were younger that we saw boobs in or whatever. And I remember when I was a kid, Bo Derek was in a movie called Bolero. I don't know how many people saw this movie, but she was pretty naked in that. And very naked in Tarzan the Ape Man. I think they're like, have her down on all fours, hosing her off at one point. And I'll tell you what, as a young Catholic boy in full bloom of his hormones, there's nothing better than that. We'd already seen her in the braids in 10. That's when Bo Derek blew up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Her and Dudley Moore, the late, great Dudley Moore, who I wish were mentioned more when people talk about legendary comedians. I don't hear people talk about Dudley Moore, and I really wish they would.
Very, very funny.
Arthur is one of my top 5 movies of all time.
Really?
I can recite it.
Wow.
Love that movie.
That's a
Love
great movie.
Arthur. Yes. But, of course, the great Christopher Cross singing the theme song to it. Alan, you were talking about Vince Neil and Axl Rose being fat when they first came back. Stephen Canton asking, do you still have the old Corey Roddick Fat Axl songs? I do. Many years ago. Our own Corey Roddick, who is a hell of a performer. Of course, he's the co-host on our metal show, 2 Hours to Midnight. We did a handful of songs under the name Guns and Donuts. Have you ever heard these?
No.
Never heard Guns and Donuts? Corey singing Guns N' Roses parody songs as Fat Axl. There's a bunch of them. Each one of them more genius than the last. This is Don't Cry.
Pumpkin pies tonight by the dozen, baby. Pumpkin pie's alright. Pumpkin pies tonight, 'cause they're yummy, baby.
Yeah, he can hit them notes, boy. I mean, Corey Roddick's the real deal.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I'm stuck in this door. Hey, ow, hey, yeah, yeah. Fat slump stuck in the door. Can't move, no. Stuck in the door.
Oh, God, I forgot about these.
Oh, these are so
great.
good.
Yeah. Boy, that, I know we play it a lot. I know people like it, but that GNR Knocking on Heaven's Door, man, it just does not hit me where it needs to hit me.
That song will not go away.
The whole like, hi. I'm like, what are you doing?
Hi,
yeah. Hi. What is that? Even for Axl at that time, I'm like, what are you doing?
That's when he was doing the shoulders, the kicking his feet at the same
time.
I
know, but hi. I'm like, okay. Mr. Brownstone, which you might be able to surmise, will be Cold Stone. Because Axl was fat back then, right?
Got some ice cream from Cold Stone, Oreo overload.
Here he goes.
In a waffle cone. Yum.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what. I think it hit them notes, boy.
It's Spanish and Gordo now that I'm so fat and round. And I don't need no veggies. I eat pizza by the pound.
Oh, I got a couple more here. November Rain.
I'm waiting in such a long line, just trying to get lo mein.
Lo mein. Love it.
And I could eat forever in this Chinese buffet.
Yep. Like there'd be a line for lo mein. Come on. good. The old Guns and Donuts tracks.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm a badass heifer with heart disease, and I split my pants in two. Cheap heroin sewn into my head.
That one might be my favorite.
That's pretty good.
My hips are so wide. Everything I eat is fried.
Oldies but goodies. Thank you,
Fat
Stephen
Axel.
Canton. Yeah, for reminding me of Guns and Donuts with our own Corey Roddick, whose bona fides are unimpeachable. Alan, I hope Jay-Z doesn't get dropped by the NFL. Yeah, they might. This might put a stake through the heart of him having something to do with that halftime show, right?
Mm-hmm.
All you guys who are out there pissed off that it was all, hip-hop in your halftime show, you might end up getting Weird Al Yankovic or Metallica after this Jay-Z stuff with Diddy. That's a good point, man. I forgot about that. NFL they're gonna move on him with the quickness if this doesn't go away. Because even if it goes away legally, you got that stink on you. Like you said, this is the last guy you want to be associated with.
Well, this year's supposed to be Kendrick, isn't it?
I think you're right. Yeah. But again, that's a Jay-Z production.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the whole
okay.
thing. I mean, doesn't like Rockefeller or whatever it is.
Rock Nation.
Rock Nation.
Yeah, okay.
They do the halftime show, I think.
Yeah.
So that's, I don't know if he signed a 30-year contract or something.
I forgot he produced the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, look, those are very good artists, but I'm like, give me some rock and roll, man. I mean, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater here. Alan, as somebody waiting in the parking lot right now for Lo Mein, that song is hitting hard.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I kind of want Chinese food for dinner now. That they just put it in my head. Lo Mein. It's been a long time since I've had
Lo Mein. God, I'm a Kung Pao chicken guy myself, or a beef and broccoli. I don't get too crazy. Lo Mein.
Delicious.
I haven't had that in a long time.
I haven't either, but get it like the house style, has all the stuff in it.
Yeah. What do you get? Shrimp, pork, chicken?
I do it all.
Beef lo mein?
The house gives everything.
Oh, they throw it all in.
Throw it all in there, baby.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I'm more of a pad thai man, kind of a.
I love Thai food as well.
Yeah.
Oh man, now I definitely have to do this.
I'll be honest, and I mentioned this when we've talked about it. I have yet, and everybody recommends them to me, and I've tried them one by one. I have yet to find a Chinese restaurant in Northeast Ohio that knocked my socks off. We get Thai food all the time from Thai Chili in Avon Lake. They are dynamite. I have yet to find one place I found. I believe it's called P.F. Chang's. It's way over there on the east side. No, I have yet to find a mom and pop Chinese place that's
yeah, there's been decent ones, but I'm with you.
Yeah.
I haven't had one that I was
all the
like,
places
okay.
I like are Thai joints. Chinese, I would love for somebody to recommend something to me, and I get their food and I go, this is fantastic, as advertised.
I've had plenty of good sushi joints. There's some great Japanese restaurants, but
sushi,
Chinese I've not found my favorite yet.
Yeah. Let me show you the person they are calling the most unbothered man on the internet today. This is a guy who walks right by, that meme, everything is fine, it's on fire. They're saying that this guy is the new everything is fine meme. This was in West Virginia, and a guy is just seen pushing his cart and looking at his phone as he passes a fully on fire popcorn maker in a store called Rural King. Like if you ever go to Tractor Supply Company or Farm and Fleet, right? I love those kinds of places. In West Virginia, they've got a place called Rural King. And Jamie Ferguson, who's a local paramedic, there is a popcorn machine, and I guess the only thing that he mentioned was that he was bummed because he had gone there to get popcorn. And ironically, I would have liked if the whole place had been filled with popcorn, like in Real Genius or something like that. But it was just the popcorn maker fully on fire, and the guy just walking past as though nothing was happening.
Attention, it was caught on camera.
And now it's gone viral.
Jamie Ferguson absolutely lives for the popcorn at Rural King.
As soon as I walk through the door.
Always.
Always.
Jamie's popcorn pleasure unexpectedly went up in flames, quite literally, on his last visit to the store.
As I was getting my cart looked up, and it was all on fire.
And
they've got it pre-bagged on the shelf back there, and it's probably like high school basketball auditorium popcorn, super salty, it's yellow, but it scratches you right where you hit.
Just sunk then at that point.
I did. I was very, very sad.
But it was Jamie's reaction, or non-reaction in this case, to the emergency flare-up that sparked a firestorm on social media.
You just keep getting better and better. With my job and past work experience, nothing really gets to me anymore.
What do you do for a living?
I work on an ambulance as a paramedic.
Oh, so you really are calm in the storm?
Yes.
So this was probably nothing for you.
It was
more disappointment over no popcorn than it was a fire.
Very much.
Calm in the storm? I mean, he was walking past a popcorn. The guy's a paramedic, right? So he's trying to keep people alive. And he's in the store, and there's a popcorn maker on fire. He's walking through the smoke, looking at his phone, pushing his cart.
Do you see it said under his name,
like
Joe
it's an
Cool?
old Joe. I was going to say the Chiron goes Joe Cool.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's West Virginia. Courtesy of WSAZ News 3.
Oh, that stink must have been so bad. I mean, you know what it smells like if you burn popcorn a little bit in a microwave.
Yup.
Imagine that. Oh my God, it must have reeked.
The kid behind the counter is trying to take a fire extinguisher to it, and it's doing nothing. Just a complete conflagration.
This dude walks by like,
we got a new girl who put too much oil in it or whatever. But you cannot beat when you go to one of these Farm and Fleet type stores and they're making popcorn, boy. They know how to do it.
Well, except this one.
Except this one. Hey, Chris.
Hey, first-time caller, long-time listener. I had a recommendation for the Chinese food place for you.
You better be right, Chris. I'll hold it against you personally.
It's called China Jade. It's on Brook Park and Broadview in Cleveland.
Okay. I'm going to mark it. I'm going to mark it. I know exactly where that is. I'm going to mark it down.
Yeah, it's the only place we go to get Chinese food from.
That's in the Brookview Shopping Center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, right next door to Save-A-Lot.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to write it down. It's not near my house, of course, but again, I'm ideally looking for a place west side. But beggars can't be choosers. So I will take it's. Listen, perfect. It's right next to Planned Parenthood. This is going to work out great. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to prank Planned Parenthood. I'm going to get the shrimp lo mein. I'm going to pull the tail off, and I'm going to put the tiny little shrimp on their doorstep. But I'm going to put it in a little blanket so they don't know what it is. Oh, dude. And let them figure it out.
Oh, I wonder how their Dicky Dalmain is.
Let them figure it out. China Jade. Okay, hey, thank you. That's a good one. Scott's calling me again.
God. I think it's an oxymoron.
Listen, perfect. It's right next to
Scott.
Hello?
What's happening?
Yes, there's an oxymoron. A jumbo shrimp.
Oh, boy. I've been called a lot of things in my life, Scott, but...
The size of your DG... I'm calling about China King in Brunstucky, Medina. A plug. Knock your socks off. Send this to Rob. He's from Medina. China King. Andrew is the guy's name.
Okay.
Got a couple beautiful girls.
Well, there's also a, okay, thank you, Scott. There's also a China King out by me in Avon Lake. So maybe this will be good. I'm going to have, we're getting ready to go on vacation for the rest of the month. Friday's our last live show of the year. And maybe I'll take some time over the course of our hiatus to dip into some of these Chinese restaurants and see which ones I like.
I can't thank you enough, by the way, for reminding Scott where it is that I live. That was really, really cool. So excited about that.
Well, this way he can geolocate some quality culinary suggestions. Yeah, it's up by where Rob lives.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
Just look him up. Look him up. You can find him. No problem.
Yeah, it'll be all right. I'm going to take a break on those Cavs tickets for you. The Sixers are going to be in town from Philadelphia, PA. They're going to be playing the Cavs on the 21st. That's a Saturday night at the Romo Fijo. Get in some Cavs basketball right before Christmas. I'll have a pair of tickets for you. Cavs.com always has the information. Want to text me for anything else? 35192. Find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel if you want to watch, and you can leave messages for us on the iHeartRadio app. And we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly cloudy tonight, down to 39. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, late afternoon rain. Tuesday's high 48. Snow showers Wednesday with a high of 34, and Wednesday night temperatures down to the teens.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Time with family, laughs with friends, and cash back. Discover's got you covered on the last one. That's because Discover doubles all the cash back you've earned on your credit card at the end of your first year with Cash Back Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. We all know how hectic things can get this time of year, and you need time for yourself. Have you ever thought about a sauna for yourself, right? Good for your blood circulation. They chill you out. A lot of people use them who have to deal with things like arthritis and other ailments, things like that. Northeast Factory Direct has hot tubs and saunas equipped with all of the features you would want. Right? So they've got all the bells and whistles, whether you're looking to de-stress or detox or just unwind whenever you want. Northeast Factory Direct is going to have the perfect sauna for you, and you're going to pay way less than you would elsewhere. That's kind of the game they're in. You could go to another place, find a similar item, and be sure they're going to charge you way more than they would at Northeast Factory Direct. You can go to any one of their locations and find amazing items for every room of your home, all of them in stock, ready for delivery. You're not waiting months to get something that you found and loved there. West Side in Cleveland, East Side in Euclid. They're in Macedonia. You can go to North Canton. That's their newest location. And you can see everything online at northeastfactorydirect.com.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Pizza.
All right, we're going to go see the Cavs. Your Cleveland Cavaliers are taking on the 76ers of Philadelphia. Saturday, December the 21st. Around the corner here at the Romo Fijo. Tickets for the entire season are on sale. The Cavs are killing it. 21-4. Tickets, the schedule, everything at Cavs.com. This pair for you, got them every day this week. Caller 10, Cavs Sixers on the 21st. Get you prepped for Christmas with a little fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Hey, you with the good taste. What the hell you doing here? It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Cavs did lose to the Heat in Miami. 122-113 was the final last night, but the Cavs still doing just fine. The very top of the heap in the entire NBA, 21-4. Let's see, who are the worst teams right now? Wizards, they're 3-19 in the East. Worst in the West would be your New Orleans Pelicans. They are 5-20. So the Cavs are really killing it right now. It is rare that these guys come out with a loss. And then they don't play again because those NBA Cup games are happening in Vegas. So the Cavs don't play again until Friday night when they will host the Washington Wizards, the aforementioned terrible Wizards. So we'll see. 7 o'clock is your tip-off at the Romo Fijo on Friday night. They will go to Brooklyn next Monday, 1 week from tonight, to play the Nets. And then they'll come back home for a bit, right before Christmas. Bucks, Sixers, the game for which I've got tickets for you all week. And they'll play the Utah Jazz in there as well. Use the promo code Ralphie. Remember that? Ralphie, all month, as in A Christmas Story, for 20% off at CLE Clothing Co. You can do it online. You can do it in their store. But Ralphie is going to be your promo code. No matter how many times you use it, you get 20% off. There's a guy in Neptune Beach, Florida. Speaking of A Christmas Story, I don't think he's a Northeast Ohio native. He just loves that movie. Neptune Beach is very far north. We hear a lot from Rich, who's down in Jacksonville, Florida. Neptune Beach is due east of Jacksonville, right there on the water. So right near the top of the state. And there's a guy down there who loves A Christmas Story. And he has created giant replicas in his front yard of A Christmas Story. That he loves it, and he wants to get everybody else excited about the holidays with it as well.
420% bigger than the one that appears in the movie, so it's 20 feet tall. So this is golf netting that I bought off Amazon. It was like $10. The fringe, 14-inch fringe, there's a half mile of that. Everyone's decorating their houses.
It's got a giant, massive leg lamp statue with like a life-size Ralphie in the bunny costume. There's a giant lifeguard stand behind it that says Fragile on it, and this guy loves this movie and wants everybody to know it.
I thought it'd be fun to have like a neighborhood competition who could have like the best Christmas decorations. And I was tossing and turning one night, and then I had like this epiphany. As a kid in like the 80s, like going to see 2 and 3 movies in a weekend, and now like the movies just don't really do it. People come by and like sometimes their kids haven't seen the movie, and they're like, oh no, we gotta go home and we're gonna force you to watch this movie. A 40-year-old movie with no CGI, and people are still quoting it 40 years later.
That sounds like fun, doesn't it? Kids, let's go. I'm gonna force you to watch this movie. A guy named J.P. Michalik is the guy there, and he designed a 20-foot tall version of the leg lamp. And is very pleased with himself. Again, of course, people in Northeast Ohio, they love them some A Christmas Story. I've never seen the thing all the way through. I've seen bits and pieces.
Really?
Yes. Set in Indiana. the film. But, and of course, the Christmas Story house there in Tremont, a huge tourist attraction. Everyone around me, by the way, my ex-wife, my ex-wife's family, everyone around me loves that movie. And I've seen bits and pieces, like I said, and I was like, no, I get it. I've never taken the time to watch it tip to taint. Maybe every year I say maybe I will. Hasn't happened yet.
And plenty of opportunities. They run it 24 hours straight.
They really do, boy. I mean, there's a full day over on TBS. I mean, for people that are still rocking the cable, where they're showing A Christmas Story. I should just, I guess, get my third grader and buckle down and watch it. Like that guy said, force your children to watch it.
It is a good movie, and especially where we are, right? Like it technically takes place like a block that way.
And Peter Billingsley's been on the show. He was here last year he was doing a thing over at Playhouse Square for like the 40th anniversary of it or whatever. And so, yeah, by all accounts, it should be something that I should have in my CV. I just don't yet.
It's definitely one of those movies, right? Like once you see it, it could go into the arsenal of things that you feel like you have to watch. I'll probably watch it once a year. It's if it's on TBS that day, I'll put it on.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's just it's that lighthearted type.
But it's also a period piece, right? Like it's in the 50s.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really feel, I mean, it is, but it doesn't really feel, because the story itself is so...
Timeless themes.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's bigger than that in general.
Okay. By the way, a lot of people, after talking about that popcorn fire, a lot of people were texting me, hey, there's a rural king in Elyria. Right there on Oberlin Road. So I guess it would stand to reason that they also have the big old popcorn machine going.
Road trip.
I got to get out to Rural King. Yeah, well, listen, in Illinois, it's mostly farm and fleet that we have. And most of my extended family were rural people. Once you get outside Chicago, the rest of Illinois is corn. And so Wisconsin and Illinois and Michigan, they've got them. Anytime we would get out into the sticks, we would get into a farm and fleet. And mind you, we had neither farm nor fleet, but they had giant bags of like weirdo candy. They'd have like an aisle with your standard candies, your M&Ms and your Kit Kats and your whatever. But then the other side of the aisle was like random, not local, but like generic looking, they have like handwritten labels on them and stuff. And, and that's where the real magic happens. When you go or go elbow deep into, one of their barrels. Of course, I always felt that felt a little hinky, with the bulk. There's a scoop. You don't know who's doing what in the,
fistfuls of gummy worms.
Little kids
gross.
wiping their nose and then sticking their hands in there. And yeah, so that's what we had. But,
do they still sell it like that? Can you still buy candy like that?
Again, I don't know. They got
it used to be in every grocery store.
I don't think in grocery stores, but they got a different vibe in these kinds of stores, where the clientele is way more like, I ain't putting on no goddamn freedom muzzle. You got to play to your audience. I understand it. So it would not surprise me a whit if there were still containers of bulk candy. But I'll have to get out there to the Rural King and see for myself. And thank you for the heads up there.
Show field trip. I like the idea, man.
Yeah.
Let's go get some popcorn.
Yeah.
Bulk candies.
Bulk candies and popcorn. Hey, guys. It's the Alan Cox Show. We're live here in aisle 8.
At the Rural King.
Yep. We're right next to the chainsaw pants. Alan, don't listen to all those jackasses talking about BS Chinese storefront crap food. Trust me, and go sit down at Jackie Chen's in Cam's Corner.
That's the second one for that. Somebody else said that on the chat here. Jackie Chen's.
I didn't think Jackie Chen's was in Cam's Corner, though. I thought unless maybe they have a couple of them. I thought Jackie Chen's was over in Brook Park.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'll find Jackie Chen's. Well, there is one on Brook Park. Okay. Well, listen, these are all good. Thank you. I'll figure it out. We'll get in there.
I'm definitely going to pick up Chinese food tonight.
Are you?
100%.
Okay.
Yep. My wife had.
You
she
get
said
the
we
lo
have
mein?
I don't know if I'll do lo mein, but I'll come up with something.
Okay.
This made me crave it. Now I want it badly.
All right.
I got to get lo mein, I guess. It's where it started.
Yeah.
House lo mein.
Rob must not yet realize that Alan is a complete SOB who won't like anything that is popular. I like a lot of things that are popular. And popular is a moving target, by the way. Right? So, no, there's plenty of things that are popular that I like.
What didn't you like? Oh, Christmas Story? Is
Yeah,
that what he's talking about?
yeah. I think people get all nebbishy about that because it's a local thing, but, they get all in their feels, which is silly. But, there's plenty of things that I'm sure are popular that I enjoy. It's just that I'm not going to lie about something that I don't like because people like it. Just because a lot of people like something, by the way, doesn't mean they're right. It's more likely that even though I'm in the minority, that I'm right. And you need to be comfortable with that.
Well, especially if you're right for yourself and something that is so opinion-based, right?
Yes, indeed. So the guy there with the Christmas Story leg lamp in Florida, that's okay. That's fine. It is what it is. But you're saying, Alan, that's not like a classic Florida story. I need a classic Florida story. I got you. A kid banging his stepmom, right?
Boy.
At the stepmom's behest. So it's not like the kid is like, I'm going to live out everything I see on X Hamster. I am going to, a woman in Florida, 34-year-old stepmother, has been arrested after her husband walked in on her and his teenage son, not their son, obviously, his teenage son from a previous relationship, his son having sex with his wife. A woman named Alexis Von Yates was having sex with her husband's biological son. And so they send somebody out. The husband ratted her out. And they talked to the kid. And he admitted that he had sex with his stepmother during this vacation when he was home, and it happened while his dad was at work. Around 1 a.m. So I don't know if the dad was I don't know. There were other kids in the household. They had gone to bed. And the teenage son was watching a horror movie with his stepmom when he said they both became bored. And she began talking about being horny. Like how you do. Now, again, I have no experience with stepmothers. But if I were sitting around and she were like, God, this movie's so boring and I'm so horny.
If only there was a way
that we could do something. He said that she had been making sexual jokes around him for a week, including numerous alleged comments about being sexually aroused. This is her husband's son. A victim, as a teenage boy, he said that, of course, he was infatuated with her and asked her if she wanted to cuddle on the couch. And he said that soon turned into kissing. And then the stepmother told him that she wished she was 18 years old. But he's not 18 because they scooped her up for lewd and lascivious behavior with a child between 12 and 16. Ooh. So I think he's 16, right? I mean, he ain't 12. And so he's not. I don't know if he's talking to police or he's talking to like some child care advocate or something. That they call out CPS or whatever. And he told the person in charge. He described his encounter with his stepmother in graphic detail, which came to an end when his father walked in. The son ran to another room. The father started screaming at the mom while she was naked on the couch. And again, she's somebody who she's clearly wants to be making her move. She's 34. She's heavily tatted, which is not indicative of anything per se. But, I mean, she's trying to be like a hot stepmom. She's married. She's trying to whatever. She apologized to her husband, the boy's father, before mentioning how the victim looks like a younger version of him, which he is.
Oh, boy.
Well, he looks so much like you, honey. You're old and decrepit.
I was thinking of you the whole time.
Yeah. Several of the victim's relatives discouraged him from disclosing what had happened. He was angry that his family members were trying to cover it up. So the day after, he calls the stepmom, during which she spoke highly about their sexual encounter and mentioned that she wished the father hadn't caught them.
Doubling down, huh?
She's doubling down. Wow. Yep. 2 days before her arrest, she had posted a loving anniversary message to her husband. Cheers to year 7, it said. That's that 7-year itch. Ah.
Scratched by her own stepson.
But I mean, this is real life Pornhub. Now, there's no mention of her getting stuck in a dryer or under a table or with her hand in a garbage disposal. Nothing along those lines. But, imagine you walk in, you're the dad. You walk in, there's your wife and your son engaging in what the kids call sexual congress. And, she's an attractive woman.
She is.
34, right? They never look good in the mugshot. But, I mean, when they're done up, and the kid is 16, and she's sitting there, and they're watching a movie, and then, I wish I was 18. First of all, no one in their right, that's red flag number 1. No one in their right mind wishes they were 18 again, really. Even if that was the greatest year of your life, when you're older, you're touched in the head if you're like, wish I was 18 again, do you? If you take care of yourself, you don't have to worry about the physical stuff. But all the other stuff, oof. So they scooped her up. But I mean, I'm sure there's part of the kid's brain because he has to explain everything to the authorities. But in his brain, he's like, it was great.
That's why he explained it in detail. He thought
in
he was
detail,
bragging.
yes.
He's showing off. And then
he's like, why is nobody taking notes? I'm going to want to read this back later on. It's going in the spank bank.
Total detail.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe the stuff she was doing, officer.
Guys, you're never going to believe this. But that's what
this is why Florida sucks.
Well, anyway, hope everybody's safe and healthy. I got to take a break. You want to send a text 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave talkback messages there, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
I bite into this edamame. A little pea shoots out, hits the guy in the table next to me right in the face. He stands up, thinks I did it on purpose. A scuffle ensues. We're both on the ground.
What does your wife do in this scenario?
I'm on my back like a turtle.
She didn't help at all.
No, she didn't help at all.
She was hoping that the life was going to...
She saw a money sign. I'm so close. I'm selling this condo.
She paid that
guy.
That's so close.
Yeah.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
GreatAir.com.
At Meijer, we believe the holidays should be a special time. A time when families and friends can gather for the simple purpose of enjoying each other's company. From the gifts and decorations which make the moment, to the fresh ingredients that make the meal. Count on Meijer to bring the magic of the season to life with just one stop. We're always working harder to make the holidays a good deal better. Meijer, bring more good to the holidays.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com. It's the season of new traditions sales event at Kia of Streetsboro. Right now, get up to $5K over Kelly Blue Book for your trade. Use that money to lower these already great deals, like a 2025 Kia K4 LXS front-wheel drive, lease for only $119 per month. A 2025 Kia K5 LXS, lease for only $209 per month. We're also blowing out remaining 2024s. Get a 2024 Kia Sportage LX front-wheel drive, lease for $209 per month, or a 2024 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive lease for just $299 per month. It's the season of new traditions sales event at Kia of Streetsboro. Get here today and make those holidays even better. 5K over KBB and rates as low as 0% at Kia of Streetsboro. Shop all our inventory 24/7 at Kia of Streetsboro.
Alan, there's a store in Cuyahoga Falls called Mr. Bulky. And it's those exact containers full of random candy. I think Sweeties has that too. I mean, if you're doing candy, I think Sweeties would be the go-to, but not dragging my ass to Cuyahoga Falls with respect. But I love the name Mr. Bulky.
It's my nickname.
Yeah! And like the place in Cuyahoga Falls, you can grab as much of Rob as you want. He's our little piñata around here. Cavs lose last night in Miami, but they won't play again until Friday night. They got those NBA Cup games happening in Vegas. So Cavs will sit out for a couple of nights, and then Friday night, the 13th of December, 7 o'clock, they'll be back here at home to play the Wizards. We'll go to Brooklyn to play the Nets next Monday. Our last live show of the year will be this Friday. Actor David Allen Greer will be on the program Thursday afternoon, and then I think Friday afternoon, our buddy Greg Fitzsimmons is back in the room. I always love talking to him. He is doing the weekend at Hilarities. So go to their website if you want to see Fitz Dog in his natural habitat. If you are listening to us on iHeartRadio, a little free digital application that we use or that you use, let me know if you are anywhere on my map of the United States. Brad listens in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Mike's in Seattle. Molly's in Denver. Nick is in Lahaina, Hawaii. Ashley is in Minot, North Dakota. And Shane is a bureau chief in Bend, Oregon. You ever been to Bend, Oregon?
No, sir.
I think it's a college town. I could be way off on that, but I mean, it's...
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Isn't that where the University of Oregon is?
The Ducks?
Yep.
Possibly.
I want to say it is.
The city of Bend, Oregon has a vandal on the loose. And they're trying to figure out who it is. And they are also pleading with them. Please stop putting giant googly eyes on all of our statues. Here's a couple of deer that they have, deer statues in the park, and they have giant googly eyes put on them. And they said, please stop doing this. They have a giant statue of like a giant ball of some kind, little art installation there, and they've stuck googly eyes on that. And they've people have torn them off, people there in the city. There's a swan or a crane or something with another, and there's the deer there with the big googly eyes. And they're like, hey, please stop doing this because it has an adhesive, they say, that can damage the art pieces. So they're like, people think it's funny, but it costs us money to get those off and not damage the art. And my thought was, well, if you leave them there, then the adhesive won't do it. You won't see the damage that the adhesive is doing. I think we're missing out on a very simple solution to this. Leave the giant googly eyes on the statues. Especially since the city of Bend, Oregon says that removing the googly eyes so far has cost the city almost $2,000. So leave the googly eyes. I mean, you could make the case that it's defacing art, sure. But it's art that I'm sure that the city has commissioned, or at least is hosting for a little bit. Consult with the artist. Not every artist is especially precious about their work. There are some artists, irrespective of their medium, painters, musicians, mixed media. There are artists who believe that art is never done. Some musicians will go, this is just when I stopped writing and recording music, this song. But the song is never done. My art is never finished. It keeps going. And so maybe if you get an artist like that, he or she goes, the googly eyes are the next phase of this art. I thought I had finished with my cast bronze mother and child deer. But then I went out to give it one more look, and it had giant googly eyes.
Oh, Picasso of the googly eye. Thank you for entering my domain.
Affixed to the heads, and I thought, they've improved it. I'm waiting for one artist who gets like tomato soup thrown on their thing because of like, stop oil advocates or something. They throw paint and things on some artist's work. And a lot of times it's an empty gesture because they'll go to museums and those things are covered in like, 6-inch thick plexiglass. And so they're just covering the plexiglass in the paint. But if you're able to get it directly onto a piece, I'd love to see an artist go, now that wasn't what I had envisioned, but I don't hate it. Jackson Pollock made a career out of it.
The Mona Lisa should have had red paint over her face. I see this now.
Boy, that thing is small, by the way. The Mona Lisa, when we were in Paris, we went to the Louvre.
Is it really?
It's tiny. I mean, the crowd around it is huge, of course, because it's a Mona Lisa. But it's like, I joke it's the size of a postage stamp. Obviously, it's not that small. But I thought it was going to be this big thing. And if you've ever gone and seen the Mona Lisa, it looks like it's like, I don't know, like 2 feet by 1 foot. It's small, man.
And that's behind like a ton of all security stuff.
There's like lasers and all kinds. So the people who are right up front and getting pictures, they're 20 feet back behind stanchions and ropes, and nobody's getting anywhere near it.
So is it almost disappointing, or is it still like, okay, that's pretty cool, it's the Mona Lisa?
Yeah, it is cool. It's the Mona Lisa, but I just thought that it was much bigger. I didn't realize it was the size that it was. And so I wouldn't say that it rose to the level of being a disappointment, but there are so many other amazing pieces that there is a part of you that goes, why does that get so much attention? Not just because of the size, but like, why does it get so much attention? I mean, there had to be somebody, upon the initial completion of the Mona Lisa, somebody looked at Da Vinci and was like, yeah. You know what I mean?
I see what you were going for, I guess.
Listen, yes. It's a masterpiece of the Renaissance. It's been in the Louvre since the late 1700s. It's the best known, most visited, most written about, most sung about, and most parodied work of art in the world. And so its reputation precedes it, right?
The most parodied, huh?
Parodied.
I always would have assumed it was the couple like standing there with a pitchfork, and I've seen
American Gothic.
Yeah. Seen a million different things of that one.
Yeah. Yeah, but that one's just not as old. Right? That's isn't that from like the early 1900s maybe? Grant Wood did American Gothic, and I think I could be off on the date.
No, you're probably right.
Sure,
That's
But yeah, I mean, the Mona Lisa, if you ask me, could benefit from a couple of giant googly eyes. Put some googly eyes on the Mona Lisa.
Everything could.
Yeah. So, I don't know. There is also, we talked about this last week, there is beef in the Village People. I don't mean beefcake. Obviously, there's plenty of beefcake in the Village People. But, Trump had been using Macho Man and YMCA on the campaign trail, and people were like, ha, 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 it's a gay anthem, blah, blah. And the main guy in the Village People, who's the guy that wrote the song and is still there, was livid that people were calling it a gay anthem. And one of the other guys, I think he's the only straight guy in the band. And one of the other guys is like, no, it's a gay anthem. So he and one of the other dudes, two guys in the Village People, are fighting. The cop, that's Victor Willis. He's the cop. He's fighting with the construction worker.
This is so silly.
Yeah. The group's longtime construction worker, David Hodo, says it is absolutely a gay anthem. Because it would be one thing if Victor Willis was like, well, it's kind of been adopted by the gay community. I didn't write it that, but it's fine. No, this guy was like mad about it. I think he's a Trump guy, whatever. But I mean, I think he was mad about it. He's like, I'm going to sue every news organization that calls it a gay anthem, right? When your reflex to say that you're suing people. A very Trumpy thing to do, right? Because it never comes to anything. But so the construction worker and the cop are fighting in the Village People. Especially since they've made money because it's been kind of back in pop culture. I guess I didn't realize how long the original guys had been in the band. Like David Hodo is on this song. He's singing the backing vocals, the construction worker. He's been in the band since 1977. And he's like, yes, we made very intentional references to gay culture in the song.
I mean, even the name of the band is referencing Greenwich Village.
Yes.
A gay community in Manhattan.
The band was put together by a gay French dude, like a record producer. He did all the, he like wrote the hook and they were like, he was like hanging out with gay porn stars. I'm not sure how the cop got involved. I don't know how Victor Willis got involved. And I don't know why now he's so resistant to this. I mean, you're going to have a much better time if you just lean into it.
And if you want any evidence in the world, just look at the guy who's supposed to be the, quote, biker. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that pretty much sums up what they were.
So the construction worker is like, first off, Victor Willis is not Stephen Sondheim over here, okay? He's like, this guy barely had any songwriting contributions. And he said, and frankly, YMCA would have disappeared if the kid, remember American Bandstand? 100 years ago, Dick Clark used to do a show called American Bandstand where they would have some bands play live. Other times it was kids dancing like it was in a club. They would just play the music, but everybody was lip syncing. And he's like, that song would have gone away if the kids on American Bandstand hadn't come up with the arm movements. He's like, that's what kept that song alive, where the kids on TV making the dumb arm movements. And he's like, that's why the song is still around, not because of the lyrics. But these guys are still in the band.
How's this for a conspiracy theory? Are you ready?
Here are I think a couple of the original guys did pass away because AIDS was rampant, but Victor Willis, the cop, he's still in it. David Hodo is the construction worker. I think he's still in it. And I think a couple of the other dudes are still in the Village People. And these other guys are like, want to make it very clear that YMCA is not a MAGA song. He's like, the guy who put the band together was a French producer, gay dude, died of AIDS in 1991. And he's like, it was very clearly meant to be this. What were you saying?
I was going to say, what if there's actually a payment made to this man to say that it is not a gay anthem because it's been called a gay anthem? So Trump himself goes to the man, pays him, and says, sir, say this is not a gay anthem. Save me. And here we have this controversy. Conspiracy theory.
Like, why now, though?
Oh, I don't know. I just figured it'd be fun to talk about. I don't believe that. I just said it. Now
you might be onto something there.
Yeah, man. You never know. It does seem very, very odd that it would come up now, right? I mean, like, who cares?
Maybe Victor Willis has just had enough of people coming up to him, guys coming up to him and trying to put the moves on him. He's like, I'm the straight one. Yeah. How many times do I need to tell you?
And, when you say per capita, there's many per capitas. It's like per capita relative to what? But you can look at just about any category, and we're really at the top, meaning positive on a per capita basis.
Yeah. How many gay guys per capita are hanging out with the Village People?
Well, in Greenwich Village, I would say about 83% of them.
Yep. So, the producer didn't call them the straight boys. So, who knows? But I hope that these two, for the sake of the Village People, I hope that they can put aside their differences and, because you know what? This is the perfect time for them to be putting out new music. This is the perfect time for them to get themselves fully back into pop culture and go, guess what, guys? You asked for they did a Village People Christmas in 2018. But before that, they hadn't done anything since 1985. Like, people remember Macho Man and the self-titled record and that. They did like a dozen albums. They did Sex Over the Phone in 1985. And again, a lot of these were like huge in Europe. More than here. They did Fox on the Box in 1982. Can't Stop the Music, that was a movie. Like at the height of disco, they made a movie. Live and Sleazy, they put out a live album. So these guys weren't hiding anything. They had an album called Cruisin'. And yes, okay, it's them on, motorcycles and Jeeps, but we get what you're talking about, guys. Come on. I mean, So I don't know what their very first album, they didn't even have costumes. They just had like plaid shirts. And then, one guy in an Indian headdress. Native American headdress.
Sort of just took a hard right turn there.
Yeah, I mean, because they literally took out an ad. This French producer took out an ad. And that Victor Willis guy, the cop, had written a couple of songs. And he sent it to the French guy. And they put something together. They literally took an ad out. It said, must dance and have a mustache. That's what they wanted. They wanted macho dudes. And so that's what they, Now, is the indigenous headdress, is that problematic now? I don't know.
Not if he's Native American.
I guess. So David Hodo, the construction worker, he was not one of the original 7, but he's been in since 1977. And Victor Willis is still alive, and 3 of the original 7 are still alive.
I'm watching a video on their website of a performance, and there is nothing about this that would suggest that it's not a gay anthem.
Yeah, they were probably performing in gay clubs for the most part.
I mean, this is like it's like a huge outdoor venue, and the cop looks like the happiest guy on the stage.
Yeah.
So it is
back
odd.
in the day, they were printing money. Now, one of the original 7 members, his name was Peter Whitehead. Whether that had anything to do with putting him to the front of the line when he. No, the guy that was the Indian was Puerto Rican.
Oh, he was?
His mom was.
Maybe he's the other half.
Maybe. Well, he said, right? Oh, my dad was Native American. They're like, okay.
Done.
How do you feel about the name Live and Sleazy? And they didn't have to take stage names, They didn't have to be like, oh, I'm Razzle McDazzle. I don't know. It's like, I'm the Indian.
Yeah. I'm the cowboy.
I'm the cop. I'm the construction worker. I'm the sailor, because they had us in the Navy.
It's like Kiss. It makes them interchangeable, too. You can just put a new guy in there tomorrow. No one's the wiser.
I'm the leather man. Oh, we got to go. Thanks for hanging out, guy. I hope those two can bury the hatchet, as it were. Figure things out. We'll be back tomorrow around 2 o'clock. Any parting words, Robert?
Not today, sir.
Where can people find you on their social media?
WMMS Rob on Instagram and Facebook.
Beautiful. Okay, you want to leave us messages, do it on the iHeartRadio app. Talkback button is there for you. Want to drop voicemails? The after hours line is 216-986-8903. And that's all. People say, oh, I didn't know you were still sending out stickers, because I will mention it from time to time. I am. You can always email me. I'm happy to send out Alan Cox Show stickers, wherever you are. Just alan@alancockshow.com. The show will be available for you in its entirety within the hour on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And that's all. The Corey Roddick, you heard him singing his ass off earlier in Guns and Donuts when he was Fat Axel back in the day. And you'll hear him next. So thank you guys for hanging out. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. I'll See you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.